All right. Welcome, one and all. 1 week off because Jez had to go visit Japan, but we are back with plenty to talk about. I'm Randall Thor 19, man with the million. And we're joined by, as always, the one and only Jez Al Japan 20.
Jez Al Japan.
You're Jez Al Japan.
Jez Al Japan. Yes, I was in Japan, and oh my god, I had an absolutely awesome time. But do you know what I discovered more than anything about Japan that I love?
What'd you love while you were in Japan?
The exchange rate, man.
Yeah.
If you have euros or pounds or US dollars, you are rich in Japan.
So you thinking about moving over there permanently then?
I mean, language barrier was an issue.
I bet it was. It was.
Yeah, not many people speaking English there, but oh man, people were so polite, so happy to help and smiling, and totally different vibe to Europe and America. Absolutely loved it there. Yeah, great food. We did yakiniku, I think it's called. So you sort of there's like a little barbecue grill in the middle of the table, and you sort of they bring you like small cuts of meat, and you just choose what you want. It's fantastic, man. I loved it. It was brilliant. It was unfortunate that I planned it the same week GDC was happening, though.
Yeah. As the news drops and Jez is on vacation, typical.
Yeah, we planned this sort of trip a long time ago to visit my cousin because my cousin's out there, and she's dating a U.S. Marine who's stationed in Okinawa. So we got like an American branch of the family now, and so we were traveling there to hang out with them, really. But yeah, the trip was really cool. But yeah, like I said, we planned it around sort of them. So I didn't even think there'll be GDC happening or anything like that. So unfortunate coincidence, but I still kept abreast of what was going on with the GDC, and also dropped a little exclusive while I was there. The whole Satya commentary.
because that was I don't know how people why people think, how do I say this without ruffling feathers, I guess. But when people report things that weren't said and try to pass it off as something that's true, like that, because you're talking about the whole, Satya supposedly said, "Hey, Xbox has Asha has all my has my full faith to bring back Xbox, and he has a blank check to do whatever." And because I remember that was like making the rounds, and then I think people that had the audio from the town hall were like, "No, that wasn't what was said," and because you posted like the actual transcript of everything that was that was said there, and it was just like, I just don't understand, why try to put out something that clearly other people can also get a hold of and can be like, actually, these things were never said. I don't get it.
I actually spoke. You're talking about Ecstasis, right? So Ecstasis put
whoever did it. I don't really know. I just remember getting DM'd about it and being like, "Do you think this is true?" And I'm like, that doesn't seem like something Satya would say in a town hall meeting.
Yeah, so it was Ecstasis who said that. Satya said there was a blank check, right? And to be fair to Ecstasis, he's like, he did have a source who was there. So I spoke to Ecstasis, and he confirmed to me the stuff, that I had, and this was before I published my article because I wanted to speak to him about it before I went live, because I was like, he didn't exactly say this. So I did speak to Ecstasis, and he did have a source who was there. But I think what it was because Ecstasis is Spanish, right? So I think some things were kind of lost in translation. Ultimately, I think that's what happened there. I don't think Ecstasis made it up because, like I say,
well, I'm not saying he's made it up. I mean, clearly he was told it by someone who was there. But
yeah,
I'm
just
told saying other people get that sort of thing, and they're gonna yeah, Phil, Satya didn't say that, and I understand language, this is not English, isn't your first language or whatever, and it's like Satya just said shit like he normally says. Oh, we're gonna invest in Xbox and blah 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 blah. And it's like it's nothing he hasn't said before. You know, it's like
I mean, there was quite a lot of stuff that Satya hasn't been. I would argue he wasn't so forthcoming with discussing before. For example, he kept mentioning console, and I think we've criticized him on the show in the past for interviews he's done where he never really talks about console. He just
true,
talks about like
true. This is true.
Game Pass or engagement or the
AI,
kind of fluffy figures and the AI and all that
yeah,
bullshit, right? And I think what is important about the context of this is these comments were not supposed to be public. They weren't supposed to be shared with the
no,
public. This was entirely for internal use, and this is the context they're setting for their own employees. This isn't context they want to set for investors, right? So when they talk about like things like engagement metrics and growth and all this kind of stuff, that's 100% Satya's speaking to shareholders. But what I think it's more interesting when he's speaking to internal staff because like they're the ones doing the work, right? And when he's saying things like it all starts with console and and I believe in our plan and all this kind of stuff. I don't have the transcript in front of me verbatim, but those are the kind of things that I found was interesting because he never says that stuff publicly. So it was cool to get that kind of stuff out there, and I think like Ecstasis saying that like he said that or alluded to the idea that there's a blank check situation going on. He didn't say that, right? But
well, because
I think
it got people dreaming big. Let's
it
just
got
say
people dreaming big,
it got
sure. But
acquisitions. Who we buying now? Take Two. Like exclusives are
well,
back on the menu. You know, if you got billing
yeah,
check
yeah,
and all
yeah.
the like things that people have sort of
No, but
dropped by the
I'll
wayside or suddenly like, yeah, this is
no,
happening
sure.
again, and it's like,
Well, I'll say this though, right? There's a I don't know if the piece is public yet or if it's or if someone shared it to me when they shouldn't have. But there's an article coming out. I think the website's called The Information. I think.
okay,
And they're publishing a piece on. They're either publishing a piece or they're soon to publish a piece on Asher Sharma. And in the piece, they're talking about how Microsoft's kind of shifted from a sort of put put to maintain margins mindset about Xbox to an invest to grow mindset about Xbox.
mm,
So when they've sort of like Phil was kind of maintaining um this scenario where we're sort of gonna you know we gotta maintain margins at all costs, which is put up the prices of things and all that kind of stuff. But I think they've arrived at this conclusion that perhaps we went too far and it's not this isn't just an Xbox thing either. It's like I don't know if you saw like just before we went live, Microsoft put out a blog post saying like basically we've heard you about Windows and we're gonna fix Windows basically. Um so I think like there's been a shift in mentality at Microsoft and I think part of it is driven by the fact I don't know if you know this, but Satya Nadella's role has slightly changed the CEO. I don't know if you've seen
mm,
this,
okay,
but in December, Microsoft. There's another. I can't remember the guy's name exactly, but there's actually another C-suite executive at Microsoft now, and his job is to handle some of the businessy kind of stuff that Satya was previously getting bogged down with, and now Satya's moved into more a product-oriented role, like a sort of more like a producer, where he's actually looking at the products now and being like, "Oh, actually, this sucks. We need to make this better." So I think some of these initiatives are the result of them, Satya's role shifting to be more product oriented and have more oversight over the product and leaving the business stuff to the side a little bit more. And also Asha Sharma, wanting to put a mark on things and to actually have confidence not only of the consumers but the analysts and also the employees. I think they're letting her have some of that, not a blank check, but like having more of a growth mindset and investment mindset than perhaps Phil was able to maintain in recent years as someone who's been there for a while. So, well, while Satya didn't say there's a blank check, and there isn't a blank check, the sentiment I think Ecstasis was going for was kind of like not completely inaccurate. It's kind of like the difference between the journalistic expectation versus I suppose what a YouTuber expectation might be, right?
okay,
So Satya, I think like Ecstasis wasn't just making things up, but I think like what he was getting at, and obviously I don't speak Spanish, so I can't translate out of his YouTube video for him, and he's not here to speak for himself or defend himself, but um, the sentiment was right. I think that there is a big growth mindset now at Microsoft for Xbox, and there's a growth mindset for Windows and a growth mindset for everything. They've even restructured their AI leadership for that role too. Split the commerce and the customer segments into different divisions as well. So I think they've just identified that, like, with all the disruption going on, they've let quality slip a lot, and they're hopefully gonna, get back to doing some good stuff. But we'll see what happens,
Yeah.
eh? I mean, the big question mark.
That was kind of one of the things that happened like when you had just left. And
Yeah.
the reason why we're late, or we started a little bit later than normal, is because Jez forgot about time zones. So wah wah.
Well, I didn't forget. I straight up didn't know. I mean, it's not my fault.
like,
America
so
wants to do anything different.
I'm all ready. I got the podcast all ready. I'm in chat. I'm in the voice channel waiting for Jez, because Jez always shows up towards the end. He like 2:00 my time. He usually hops in there like, all right, ready to do the show. Let me just reload up Overwatch, World of Warcraft, and I'm ready to go for the next 4 hours or whatever it would be. And then it was like 2:05. He DMs me and he goes, "Podcat," which is our little thing. I'm like, "We doing a show?" And then be like, "Yeah." And then a couple more minutes went by. I'm like, "You coming?" And he's like, "What do you mean?" He's like, "Oh shit, I forgot." The clocks move forward. I'm like, "Yep." It always happens too. It always happens both times, when the clocks move forward and the clocks move back. I'll be sitting there in the thing and being like, "You coming, Jez?" And he'll be like, "What? Why? I thought I had an hour." And it's like, "Nope. It's right now." So
Yeah, I did. To be fair, Dan Marino did say in our meeting earlier that the time zones will be an hour closer than usual, but apparently it didn't sink in. So
it never does. This
and I was like,
has
yeah.
literally
I was like,
happened
shit.
every single time the clocks move forward and move backward. So twice a year for the last 9 years, essentially 8 years or whatever it's
Why
been.
why do they have to? Why can't we all just have the same time zone bullshit? Or better yet, why don't we just stop doing the time zone bullshit? Or not time zone bullshit, but the daylight savings bullshit. Daylight savings is such bullshit, man. It just feels so needlessly unnecessary. What is it even for? It's so annoying. It's something to do with farming, isn't it? Some kind of, I don't know.
Maybe that was like the original thing back when they did it before. I don't know. You think it'd be an easy change? And I know, like, people have voted for it to stop it or whatever. I think Arizona is the only state that doesn't do it. Like, all the other states change their clocks.
Well, I'm moving to Arizona then.
Yeah. Well, I mean, there's nothing in Arizona, is there? Besides like really hot weather and the desert. I don't know.
Yeah, I don't know. Isn't it like crazy hot in Arizona right now? I'm sure I saw a headline that it's like 110 Fahrenheit.
I mean, it always gets really ridiculously hot in Arizona, but that's just how it is.
Record temperatures or something. I don't know. Yeah, I got some friends that live in Arizona actually.
Do you? When are you gonna go visit them? Instead, you go to Japan. When are you gonna visit people in Arizona? Did you meet any? Xbox XB2 fans over in Japan? Did anybody come up to you and being like, "Ooh, Jez's son," being like, because we do have some listeners from Japan.
We do, yeah. And I actually covered a bit of Japanese news when I was out there. Like Microsoft finally acknowledged the fact that Fallout 76 Fallout First subscription mysteriously stopped being available in December. They finally acknowledged that in a statement to me while I was in Okinawa. So I wrote that up while I was in the hotel. And
didn't they just hire some regional idiot Xbox director for Japan too? Something like that?
They did. They just I did Xbox now as a dedicated regional director specifically for Japan.
Okay.
I don't know if that
about time. Really?
Yeah. Well, this is the thing. I couldn't find out if they had one previously, and whether this was a completely new role or they're replacing an old role or something, or expanding a role or something like that. Couldn't find that out with a short notice. But Either way, it shows they're eager to continue investing in the region, which is a good thing if you're a fan of Japanese games, as I am, and many of you guys are. So that was cool to see.
Yeah. Let's do some housekeeping really quickly. Do us a big favor, guys. Hit the like button if you enjoying the show. Subscribe to the channel if you haven't already. Let everybody know that we are live on this beautiful March 20th. It is like almost 70 degrees outside. It's weird, man. Earlier this week, it literally snowed and was like 20 degrees, like 15 degrees. And then the next day it was like 60 and everything melted. And
Dude,
it's supposed to be
the
like
weather is crazy.
yeah.
It's like that in Europe right now. Like in England, it's something like 20 Celsius, which is pretty pretty warm actually. But in Germany, it's freezing. It's below freezing.
It's like as,
Like
as Homer Simpson would
just a
say,
few.
lousy smarch weather.
It's March.
Yeah. But no, it's well, this is what is it, episode 402, I believe.
Yeah, 402, man.
402. Yes, we did miss last week. You were gone, and everybody else was also gone because they were at GDC. So I was just like, I don't really have anybody to do the show with. So I was like, all right, we'll take a week off, and here we are with double the amount of stuff to talk about, I guess. But yeah, hit the like button, share this out, subscribe to the channel. This week's episode is obviously brought to you by Surfshark, although no ad read this week. Just wanted to make people aware that the deal with them, protecting your internet privacy and safety, VPN, still going on. 2 years, 86% off. Surfshark.net/XB2, right, Jez? That's still going on. Probably going on for quite a bit.
Yeah, surfshark.com or .net, I think, /XB2. 86% off, 2-year plan. Very, very good deal. And supports the show and supports yourself with great VPN. So yeah, check them out.
And we also have Patreon, patreon.com/XB2. I think you posted an Xbox 2+1 while you're in Japan that you had pre-recorded. And we have, since we missed last week, anybody that wants to drop a question can drop 2 questions. Although I guess...
Yeah, that's right.
I think you posted, like, please keep them somewhat brief. Otherwise, you'd be spending like 2 hours just reading Patreon questions. So if you haven't submitted yours, get them in now. We'll read them at the end of the show. We have the shout-outs here for the Xbox 2 MVPs. We have Adam Bartola, Aloran Grogu, Army Dude 52C, Asa T, and Madison, Battered Haddock, Briggs Country, Bright Chunger 1, Silas, Discarded Caboose, Enix, Fantasticals, Glenn, Governor Grimm, iMike Zero, Inner Machine, Jay Foley, James Moore, James Wiseau, Justin Duel, Just James 93, Katerox, Laserwolf, Pat Rock, Frosty, RS Donks, Sean Kramer, Shay Elephant, Shrapnel, The Nordic Cannon, Trixar for Trey, William Kukendall, Wagerman, and Wolfgang KPZ. Thank you guys for your continued support. So, Jez, one of the books I recommend all the time on the show is Project Hail Mary, and the movie's finally out. You know what I'm talking about? Have you seen the trailers? Have you seen Ryan Gosling doing his thing?
Nope. I don't know anything about it, mate.
All right, so here's what you need to do. Take yourself and your girlfriend, go to your local cinema, and just pay to see this movie. You don't know anything about it, just take your girlfriend, go for date night. You'll love it. I'm telling you. Now I haven't seen it yet because I don't go to the movie theaters. I'm gonna wait for it to come to digital, most likely. I was thinking maybe I could go see it next week, but I don't know. I don't like going to movie theaters. But the reviews are absolutely stellar, no pun intended, and it's just really nice to see that a book that I really love so much has this adaptation that is up to par because, the whole Wheel of Time shit, that didn't turn out so well because they sort of ruined the adaptation and got themselves canceled, So, yeah, is anybody in chat planning on seeing it? I know it's kind of like the big movie that's coming out this month,
Yeah, I haven't heard anything. I haven't seen any marketing for it or anything. But like I say, I don't really follow movie news that much. But I did see Wheel of Time's getting a video game adaptation again. That's one of yours, right?
Yeah, well, we'll see if that happens. And the company that has like the things is like they're all AI. So like
Ooh,
they're doing an animated series which will be entirely made by AI, and the video game thing will be probably AI too. So I have no.
ooh.
It's not gonna be good at all.
Low expectations,
Very
basically.
low expectations. Very low indeed. So
Mm.
what do you want to talk about? You know, I want to talk
Up
about.
to you, buddy.
I want to ask you this because um, there was a recent update to the Xbox, to the console, insider preview ring that Asha like mentioned, and basically said like how she took over, and within she wanted some of these updates. One being like quick resume toggle for each individual game. Some like the colors that you use for your achievements or whatever, like your profile color, like kind of illuminating the background and some other things. Did this really all come within 2 weeks? Did she actually come in there and like put this down and being like, we need to do these updates? Because you know the console itself hasn't really been getting much love, so to speak. And you know, like the whole quick resume per individual title is something that people have been asking for God since quick resume started in the first place when the Series X and S launched, right? Like, oh,
Yeah.
wouldn't it be
So
cool if you disable it for certain games? Because quick resume doesn't work well with multiplayer titles, right?
no,
So it's like, oh, why? You know, I should be. It should be easy for me to just disable it for
turn it
certain
off.
games I play
Mm.
or whatever. And it never came to fruition. I saw Major Nelson even say, "Oh, this is awesome. I put this in as a request back in 2021." And then I saw like one of the engineers in Xbox being like, "Oh, you know, I've been working hard these past couple weeks to get this done." So was this something that actually happened within the last 2 weeks, where she took over and was like, "Oh, what can we get done in a short time frame and deliver upon," and then actually happened, or was this stuff that they're already working on that they presented as, you know, hey, here's the first update, but we've already working on this stuff. What do you know?
I don't know for sure exactly the mechanics of how that specific update came about, but I have been trying to inquire. Like, I just got back in the office yesterday, so I did put out a tweet asking people for what they want to know more about. This is one of the things I have been investigating though, because I thought it was interesting. Like you say, we haven't had many updates to the console. It felt like a bit like it wasn't a priority for them, and to some degree, I think it's you know a lot of their focus is on PC ahead of Project Helix, which is going to be running Windows and all that kind of thing. So it's to be expected, I suppose, that the console would sort of they'd just leave it ticking over. I mean, it does its job, right? There's nothing massively wrong with it these days, and there's some outstanding kind of annoyances. Maybe I think the game DVR could be a bit better, a bit more polished, a bit more iterated upon. But for the most part, it's pretty functional and polished, right? But there's always those things that people wanna see more from, right? And, like I said, achievement system is something people always talk to me about. Getting new achievements, features, platinums, trophies, that kind of thing. But it does sound like Ash is trying to put her money where her mouth is, because she did say, "What are some things you guys wanna see?" on Twitter, and she was basically like, "Yeah, we'll deliver those," you know? Um, and then she said in a memo, proof over promise, all that kind of stuff, or in her interview with me rather. Um, so this could be just like her trying to put a mark on things and build trust with the community, because it is a relatively small thing. Having quick resume, being able to turn off quick resume on Overwatch, for example, is going to be fun for me because like it is annoying because Overwatch it breaks every time you close it out and quick resume's running because it's an online game and it boots you to the desktop and it's irritating. So it's good to be able to turn that off on a per game basis. Really, really cool. But it's a little thing. It's like it's not a huge issue for me. It's not or anyone, I suppose. But I'll be like, it's interesting that they bothered investing in it. Like I said, it kind of shows that in the interview I was mentioned and the memos that we leaked and the internal Q&As they talked about, they did keep saying, like, it all starts with console, it all starts with console, it all starts with console. They keep volunteering that mentality that it's got to be console first, it's got to be platform first, platform centric. And I feel like you can't really be platform centric if you're not really adding new features to your platform, and they haven't been adding new features for a long time. So I'm trying to find out, like, something more concrete about the way Ash is doing things differently to the way things were handled before. And I haven't got a ton of concrete details to share yet. Hopefully by next week. But one thing I have been told is that um, a lot of the sort of, I don't know how to describe it. Some of the red tape and processes under the old regime have kind of been streamlined to try and improve rapidity. You know, so I don't know if you know this, but Microsoft is quite well. I'm sure anyone here knows this, that Microsoft can be quite slow when it comes to doing anything, really. And I think part of that is like there's a lot of like middle management layers, a lot of compliance layers, a lot of legal layers. They set themselves a high bar for a lot of these kind of processes, but it creates something which is often described as corporate inertia. It's why smaller, more nimble companies that don't necessarily bother with all these kind of middle management layers and all these compliance processes and all that kind of thing. It's why they end up iterating more quickly and ended up building a better product. Like Discord is a great example. Microsoft pretty much owned internet communication all up with Skype and MSN Messenger before it. But because Discord just sort of came out of nowhere, they were really quick to iterate. They added features people actually wanted very, very quickly, very iteratively. Discord has completely destroyed Skype all up, and Skype now doesn't exist insofar in any carnation except for Microsoft Teams. So I would hope that, like, with Asher Sharma sort of having this background working with startups like Instacart, and then also working with big platforms like Facebook Messenger, she's kind of run the gamut of like the way corporate inertia can maybe stifle a startup. So maybe what we're seeing here is Microsoft Xbox returning to sort of a startup culture mentality, and maybe we'll start getting more features more quickly and more investment there. Like I say, like I've heard that Microsoft's put Xbox more on a invest to grow mentality rather than a cut to maintain mentality. So we'll see if this cadence continues, I guess.
I mean,
But let me ask you this, Rand. Let me ask you this:
okay,
what
okay.
you never? I presume you weren't. I presume you weren't particularly hugely bothered about the idea of having um selective quick resume. I can imagine that wasn't high on your list of life priorities to get that as a
No,
feature.
but it's a
But what
feature.
would be?
But it's a feature I thought should have been implemented years ago, though.
Yeah, sure. I mean, it's funny. I got a DM from someone who asked me about that back in 2024, I think. And I said I'd run it up the chain, to my contacts, and I did run it up the chain. But and then they messaged me back the other day, like saying, "Oh my God, it's finally here." So some people were clearly like found that really irritating.
Yeah.
But I'm asking you, like, what feature would you, if you could wave a magic wand and get Asher to implement a feature specifically for you, what would it be?
I mean,
And chat, you can join in as well.
just off the top of my head,
Yeah,
I want a revamp for
have to do it.
achievements.
A revamp, a
Something that
complete revamp.
they've worked on multiple different iterations, multiple different times over the years. During the Xbox One and during this generation, like it almost came to fruition. It takes a lot though, from what I was told. But yeah, that would be something, right? Because priorities always shifted and changed. So we're gonna do this, and then oh well, priorities shifted, and people that were working on it now have to work on mobile and stuff and all those sort of things. Because it's basically just been, they haven't really done anything to it since, I don't know, Rare Achievements in 2016. So it's kind of been the exact same.
Yeah.
It needs like an overhaul. It needs a facelift, additions and stuff. That would be something, but I would imagine that would take a lot more work, because I think that's like it has the front facing stuff, but also the back end. So uh, at least for when I was talking to people about it, that would be really cool. I mean, otherwise, I don't know. The Series X generation is ending. At least if because one of the things that did come out of GDC was that they didn't call them dev kits, but they called them alpha, like Project Helix alpha things will be going out to developers early 2027,
Yep.
which suggests a fall 2027 launch, which is something that I think me and you have been pretty much talking about
It
now
was
for
always.
2 years. Like fall 2027, was
I'll say
always
this
kind
though.
of
I'll say
the
this. Um, like the 2027 was always the cadence that I was kind of envisioning for this shit. However, more recently, I was investigating a rumor that they wanted to try and get it out this year.
yeah. I remember you asked me
Obviously,
about it. You asked me, he's like, "Hey, can you find it?" I'm like, "Jez, like, come on."
no, but the source on that was like pretty great actually.
Yeah, and then
So
Jason
it's not.
Ronald came out at GDC and was like, project,
Yeah,
dev
yeah, yeah,
kits in
yeah, yeah.
2020." Well, so it was kind of like, well, that ain't true. So
Yeah. I mean that's what I always heard was 2027, but you know, some there was some hints and some vague comments that maybe they were gonna try and get
so
it out before the end of the year, but
I don't really have anything. I mean, because if we're transitioning to Helix next year, I don't really have anything on my list for the Series X because I want Helix to be as good as possible. So I selfishly I want them to iron out all the kinks. So like
mm,
when you buy that thing and put it underneath your entertainment center, it's basically a console experience. Even though I mean, there's this whole debate going on about whether or not it's a PC. Some people will tell you straight up it's a PC, and yeah, sure. Uh, there's this whole thing. It's like even if it is a PC, you always say like PC is the best thing ever. So isn't this thing great? If you're one who's saying PC is the best, and this is a PC, then you should love it because it's a PC. Even though there's dev kits for it, which there are no dev kits for PCs, so how's that possible? So is it a console or is it a PC? If it's got dev kits, that kind of implies it's more of a console, yes. Because if
well,
it's a PC, then you wouldn't need
uh,
one. I don't know. There's like that whole circular
yeah,
argument that people use about like, well, hey, you told me it wasn't a console, but it has a dev kit. So
yeah,
PCs don't have dev kits. So is this a
you
console?
can. Well, the thing is, it's got a specific spec. So the dev kits do more than just um they do more than just develop the game.
Sure.
They've got like super high speed networking connections, connectivity, so they can stream your assets from a high speed like network point, and they've got a lot of bespoke tech in it. Like you can develop an Xbox game, you know, using a PC even today. You can bypass having a
I mean,
dev
hell,
kit
one of their
entirely.
GDC talks was getting your PC game ready for Xbox in one day. Right?
Yeah,
Wasn't that one of the whole GDC presentations? So
yeah. I mean, it's one of the whole point of Helix is to make it easier for devs to target the box, right? Which means that they can develop without a dev kit, but there will still be a dev kit for developers who want the features that a dev kit provides. Like, it's got that little LED screen on the front of it.
it's
The
pretty cool.
Anaconda dev kits
Yeah,
do, and
pretty
it
cool.
gives you a bunch of like real time data about how the system's working and that kind of thing. So there's features beyond simply building the game, that a dev kit provides. But um, it's funny because I know internally they do refer to it as a console still. They do refer to it as a console internally. So it is definitely blurring the lines, but I think the fact that it's sort of like it's still a box, a contained box, which I presume you're not going to be able to tinker with it and open it up and that kind of thing. So it's like an all-in-one kind of PC box, which will be subsidized, I think, to some degree. I don't think they're going to be looking for a 20% margin on this thing. So like it still has the sort of the console thrust of it. It just has more features and more openness than a console has traditionally had. The thing is, like, it's not far removed from what we've got today with the Xbox Series S and X with the dev mode stuff. There's a lot more you can do with the Xbox Series S and X because of the dev mode features than you have traditionally been able to do with a console. So it's kind of like not unprecedented that they want to move in this direction. But it's also like also at the same time, they've kind of they've got a sort of impetus to do this because of the Steam machine, because of the rise of Steam, and because of the rise of PC as well. You know, PC has become. I think Capcom recently said in an interview that they expect PC to outpace console very, very soon. And if you're a Microsoft who culturally tends to lean into trends, for better or worse, often worse, they do try to lean into trends.
Yes.
But the difference here is that they're sort of like they've got a vested interest in making Windows the best place to play, the best place for consumers to own a home PC. And it's not just like this whole Steam machine angle. I don't know if you saw like the new Mac OS, the new Mac Neo. I think it's $700, and that's like a serious threat to the low end Windows laptop market. You know, so it's not just like it's gaming for like Saty was talking about this in the transcript that I leaked. It's like gaming casts a positive influence over all of Microsoft's businesses. And Saty was even saying in the transcript, he was saying like, oftentimes when I go and talk to high powered clients about Azure and cloud and AI, I often just want to talk to him about Xbox and what he should be doing with Xbox, you know, because he said like Xbox is the thing that people form Xbox and gaming are things that people form emotional attachments to. Whereas like people don't feel as emotional about a Windows or an Office, you know. So Satya sees that benefit of casting like a positive halo effect over the entire Microsoft brand. And I think like now he's in a more product oriented role. He wants to lean into those strengths a bit more, which is why we've seen this like we're seeing these blog posts about yes, we hear you, we're gonna fix Windows, and we got Asher Sharma saying yes, we hear you, we're gonna give you everything you want on Xbox, proofing the pudding, whatever. So I do think it's an interesting time to be on Xbox. I think it's a really interesting time.
Mm. Yeah. So I just want the Helix to work great when it comes out. Because I've talked to people who have the Ally and they're like, yeah, this isn't ready for prime time. Like I would not like this if the UI and stuff was would have worked on Helix. So that's what I would
This
personally
this is
want
why it's
them.
so great they got the Ally out early.
Right. But you asked me what I want them to do, and I'm like, I'm sort of like the Series X generation is over. Like next year,
Yeah.
I'm most likely gonna get a Helix, so I want that to be like the best it can be. And I don't know if you saw some of the Crimson Desert launch issues on Xbox that had when it came out
Oh,
yesterday.
is that fixed now?
I think it
I
was
was told
fixed.
that I was told that Microsoft dev teams and were working on the Crimson Desert issue all through the night.
I think it was like fixed within an hour. I think the fix was literally unplug. I don't know, like for one, you couldn't like buy the game, which seems like an issue. Like you can't buy the
There's
game.
there's some issues with like there are how to describe them. Like in video games where there's a bug which can sort of soft lock you
Mm-hmm.
and block you from continuing the story. So the back end for the Microsoft Store on PC, I've been told, has a lot of like weird soft lock bugs. So like developers can break things in it, which shouldn't happen, right? You shouldn't be able to break things in the back end. Um, but this is kind of like the sort of a lot of this is technical debt that's left over from like the slapdash Windows 8 days when they were trying to make Windows RT, right? All this is built on Windows RT, which is designed for the Surface RT, where Microsoft had a brief flicker of hope of taking on the iPad, right? So they pretty much set up this app store that was kind of like not fit for purpose. I don't know if you remember when the first games came out, like Quantum Break. The Microsoft Store wasn't even set up to handle app packages bigger than a gigabyte. It literally didn't know how to do it. It was like, huh? That files exist that are bigger than a gigabyte? Like, how does this work? You know, there was some like ridiculous limitation. So there is a lot of like weird bugs and technical debt hanging over that, which is why like the thing is they can only fix these things as the bugs emerge and cause an issue, I think, to some degree, because of how complex the whole system has gotten. But it's also they're not in a position where they can really throw it all out and start again either. So I do think that like I do worry about the polish of Helix when these kind of issues arise. Because if it is all going through the Xbox PC store, the last thing you want to be doing is dealing with this kind of shit, right?
Well, yeah, that
And
was my whole thing. Is like, here's
that's the downside of it.
one of the most hyped games of this year, for right or wrong. I mean, this game,
There's a lot of drama about this game.
there is a lot of drama around it, but it was also a big time Xbox Play Anywhere game, right?
Mm.
A lot of the big AAA games tend to not be Xbox Play Anywhere. Even though Capcom supports it, and like a lot of the Resident Evil games are, Resident Evil Requiem was not Xbox Play Anywhere. Like a lot of these newer games, especially of the higher profile ones, now whether it has to do with like Sony contracts for marketing, where like it can't be Xbox Play Anywhere or whatever, who knows?
Who knows?
But
Well,
my
sometimes I think it does, but I just want to throw this in here while we're talking about it. But there is like Sony has a market deal with Crimson Desert,
sure.
and this is why like there weren't pre-release codes of the Xbox version because of that.
Well, I mean,
But also
all the reviews were for PC though. I don't even know if there are PS5 review codes.
There wasn't.
So
there wasn't.
It's just PC
But,
review codes.
Yeah, but the devs couldn't even give Xbox pre-release codes because of the marketing deal, I was told. But even though there is a marketing deal in place, they have still managed to get Play Anywhere through. So I don't think Sony's legislating against Play Anywhere just yet. But
yeah, I mean, maybe they. I'm just saying, like, who knows the reasonings for why, like, some games do it and some games don't. But this was a big game for them to have Xbox Play Anywhere, and it just kind of didn't work at launch. Now, who's to blame? Is it Xbox's fault for any of that stuff? Because there have been Xbox Play Anywhere games that launched day one that have no issues and have no problems. And, you know, did the devs check a wrong box and that screwed everything up? I don't know, but I know people were frustrated because this is a very hyped game and they wanted to play it and they couldn't play it on their PC and then they couldn't get it to work on console. And I guess the way to fix it was to unplug your system from the internet, launch the game, and then plug it back in, and it worked or something, which seems to be a weird fix. But
this is one of the issues with Windows as a gaming platform all up, is the way Windows handles entitlements and the licenses you own. Right. So one of the issues that I've got with the Xbox Ally is that if you want to play it offline, you kind of have to set the Xbox Ally as your home Windows device. You know, like how on Xbox you have to set Xbox as your home Xbox, right? So
right.
It's the same on Windows. You have to set a device as your home device for when the internet's down. So like if I want to use my Xbox Ally on the plane where I don't have any Wi-Fi, for example, I want the Xbox Ally set as my home device. But what if I need to do some work and the internet's down? That means I can't use my laptop anymore. You know, I want those two devices for two different things. I don't want my gaming device for the same reasons that I want to use my Windows device. So these are those sort of internet entitlement things. Like those are bugs and shit like that, which Microsoft's gonna have to figure out. Because if I have to choose between like setting my Helix as my home Windows device or my work laptop as my home Windows device, how are they going to figure all that shit out? You know, and it's going to end up being we're going to end up in a situation where like they don't think of these things until it causes a problem later on, like with Crimson Desert. You know, it shouldn't be the case that a developer can tick a box and break things. It shouldn't be the case. So these are the things Microsoft's seriously going to have to figure out. You know, and that's part of the reason why they got the Xbox Ally out in the first place early, so they could start figuring this shit out.
Yeah, so that's why I'd rather have them focus on Helix.
It's an achievement.
So it's a great experience when it comes out. Now, particularly about Crimson Desert, have you been seeing like the drama surrounding this game? And there's always
I've seen some of it. Yeah.
there's always a game or multiple games that come out in a year where there's like a divide between the people that like it and the people that don't. And sometimes the divides between it's like journalist and YouTuber, where they're like, oh, these journalists aren't just good enough. Like we told you they suck, and it's like the YouTubers and the influencers are the ones that like the game, and because people, I don't know, people were expecting in this game to be like the next coming of, not necessarily Elden Ring of like the Soulsborne genre, but a game that was gonna pull off, high 80s, 90s Metacritic, because the hype was through the roof for this game.
A new Witcher.
Yeah, a new Witcher. Like they were expecting crazy review scores. I mean, hell, even I guess the stock market was too, because their stock was down like 30% after reviews came out or whatever. Even though they just announced the game sold 2 million copies, which I think is pretty damn great, considering their last game was Black Desert, which was an MMO. And apparently that's one of the things the reviewers say, like, you can tell this was like an MMO, but like they kind of transitioned into a single player, game. But it really does seem like it's one of those games that is going to be love it or hate it, this type of experience. Like, apparently got a beautiful landscape and world that you can just kind of look around and get lost in, and there's so many things to do or so many locations to visit. It's got that like Oblivion, Elder Scrolls kind of thing where there's always something to do within like the close proximity of you, where you could spend a whole day just mucking around and not being able to do anything or not progressing any of the story, and then whatever. And I guess the story, the character himself is not much there to really speak about, or the story's really nothing. And then you'll see people being like, but gameplay's king, and so it doesn't matter if the story's bad or the character's bad. Is like, as long as the gameplay is great. But then you see other people like, the gameplay's awful. It takes like 10 hours before the game gets good. Some people say, no, the game's great from the get-go, and anybody that's telling you differently is wrong. And it's just this divide of, the people that like it really want to like it, and they like are saying like disregard the people that don't. And the people that, don't like it are like, hey, these are the reasons why I don't like it, and maybe I'll move on to something else, and there's just that kind of ideological standoff between, I don't know, this one kind of really showcased itself between journalists, because the game's got like a 76 or 77 on Metacritic, but then some of like the YouTubers and influencers like, journalists don't know what they're talking about. This game's so amazing and so great. I knew, it doesn't have red yellow paint, and it's not hand holding it, and all this other sort of stuff. And it's just like, here we go again with like the whole,
yellow paint.
Yeah. Yeah, the whole like journos versus like YouTuber debate about who's more or who's better. Whose opinions do you trust more? That type of shit. It's like, here we go. Now, personally, I haven't really talked about Crimson Desert that much, because I just never found, like, none of the trailers I ever watched for that game ever really felt, it never really felt like a game I wanted to play. I just looked at it and it just seemed, it felt like a map game. And that's, it's like a lot of things to do. And it's just like, all right, well, I don't know. I just kind of was like, it doesn't really seem interesting to me. I'm not sure I'm going to play it. And I know I didn't buy it or anything. It's just like, I mean, hopefully people that do like it enjoy it, but it didn't seem something for me. And I'm at the point where it's like, I don't really want a game that also is like 120, 150 hours of map stuff. Because I know, even if because at some point for even games I really do like, there will come a point in time, and it happens with every open world game, even the Assassin's Creeds or whatever. At some point, you start to get kind of a little bit bored of the gameplay loop, and you kind of just want the game to be over. And people are talking about, I played this game for over 100 hours. I'm at 150 and all these sort of things, and I'm just like, but all of the talking points are like, oh, don't worry about the story. Story's trash, characters trash, and I'm like, I get it. Like, yeah, gameplay carries, and the game's good, fun to play. But at some point, the gameplay, if you've been playing the game for 60 hours, is like, I'm gonna get bored with it. I have to have a reason to care about the world or about the character and the story. So sometimes the story is kind of what drags it along for me, a bit, giving me a reason to care and put up with gameplay that has like overstayed its welcome. You know what I mean? And considering that this game doesn't have that, at least from all the reviews and the trailers I watched, I was like, yeah, I don't think this game's for me. So I stayed away from it, but I couldn't not help but notice all the reactions online. I mean, even you look at the Steam numbers right now, before the game came out, like with the reviews of like a 77, people are like, no, this is wrong, can't be a 77, it's got to be high 80s, these critics are wrong. And then if you look on Steam right now, I think it's like a 55%. Now that may have to do with how the game performs and stuff or what have you, but definitely, there's always drama with something. I just didn't think it would be with Crimson Desert, but yeah. I know your reviewer, I think, gave it a 90 or 4.5 for Windows Central.
He said he gave it a 90, but he also he very heavily explained that he likes this kind of game in the article, and he was like, I kind of know that this isn't going to be for everyone. He basically put it in there. I played the game at Gamescom, right? And I had a meeting to play it, and I was going to write a preview on it, but I ended up deciding not to write a preview on it because my mentality was I need to see more before I can really pass judgment on this. And I'll be honest, I didn't have a great experience, right? I felt like, and I've seen some commentary on this, like back when I played it last summer. It was last summer, so Gamescom, like September or September at Gamescom, I think, or August, I can't remember. It's the tail end of the summer anyway, and I was just like, the controls are awful. I really could not stand the controls, and controls were kind of something where it was like, this was clearly meant to be an MMO, and it was clearly meant to be like, the controls are this way because there's going to be like loads and loads of features and whatever. And I was kind of like, I felt like I couldn't really get fully to grips and get into a flow with the game within the allotted time space. So I thought, you know what? I'm just going to reserve judgment and play the full game for myself. And I do have a code for it now. So I'll probably play it this week and share some thoughts on it. But I will say, like, I did immediately, and I don't like these kind of games. I did immediately get the Ubisoft vibe from it when I played it. I think I did this section where you I think you're in the middle of some kind of war or a battle, and fire off some siege weapons, and then you fight through. I mean, the game was very technically impressive. I remember being like blown away by the draw distance, and it was like, man, the draw distance is absolutely massive. You can see all the way across the valley when you're using these siege weapons, which was really, really cool. And environmental destruction too, like using the siege weapons and you're blowing up these like huge buildings, and it's dynamic environmental destruction is like, wow, these aspects of the engine do feel like next gen in a sense, right? So that part was cool, but when it came to like actually doing the combat, I was kind of like, I need more time to get to grips with the controls because right now I'm not really feeling it. And then I went through the section into a boss fight. It was kind of like in a closed kind of arena against this kind of knight kind of dude, if I remember correctly. And because the controls, I still hadn't got to grips with the controls because they were so weird, and I only had like 30 minutes with the game or so. I was just kind of like, I just found it really frustrating. I did kill the boss, but it was kind of like struggling through it and just sort of hoping for the best. But but this is exactly why, like, I think the reviews on this have probably been divisive because if you're a reviewer like who spent a long time on it, That's one thing, but a lot of reviews tend to be a bit rushed, I think, sometimes, because 'cause you've gotta meet a deadline and that kind of thing. And this is why I didn't write a preview because I felt like I haven't had enough time to really get a good impression of how this will feel after I've really understand it. So, it's also why I didn't review the game because I knew I was going on vacation and there's just absolutely no way I could fit all that in, at the same time. So, thankfully, Michael, my lovely colleague, stepped in and gave that a go for me, um, from Windows Central. But it does sound like it's going to be one of them, like a kind of divisive game. If you do like Ubisoft kind of games, then maybe you'll like it. If you don't like Ubisoft kind of games and that kind of universe, the map game as you described it, I think like maybe you won't like it. But sometimes I just kind of feel like playing those games. I think sometimes they do scratch an itch. Like I really, really loved Black Flag, and I'm kind of looking forward to trying Black Flag as a remake. That's
You,
the
you
that's
could
the
you could
current
do Black
rumor, right?
Desert as a podcast game because it definitely seems like a game you could probably just turn your brain off and play. You know,
Yeah,
just see the pretty areas. Oh, that looks cool over in the distance. Go over there. You know, they have the whole thing where cutscenes you can fast forward through them, so they run it twice the speed,
double speed.
so you can
I do like that.
yeah, so you can
Final
still
Fantasy
get a
7 has that
sense
as
of
well.
how it's going, like what the what's being said and stuff. It's just going faster. Although I don't know why they just don't give people the ability to skip the cutscenes, right? If you just want to just get through it all. I mean, I don't know, but it's not a game that I'm interested in playing at all. But it always happens. Like there's a few games that come out every single year where there's this divide between critics or YouTubers and the critics, and then the audience themselves, and it's just I don't know. It's
Yeah.
it's kind of
Yeah,
it's kind of crazy to see.
sometimes like because I ain't from the game journalist universe. I kind of consider myself to be a content creator and a tech journalist first, personally. Um, so like it is kind of I always have a chip on my shoulder sometimes when I go to these preview events and I see like a game journalist struggling for a game or something. I remember when I went to the Armored Core preview, and me and my colleague, we were the only people who finished the demo. Like people couldn't get past the first boss. I'm like, God, is this like a game journalist thing? Kind of being a dick about it. But then I got humbled when I went to the WWE preview because I've never played a WWE game, and not since the PS1. And I felt like, oh shit, now I'm the game journalist because I can play it. I was like, because all the counters have like you kind of have to learn when to tap Y to do the reversals and stuff. And I was so tired and I just flow and I never played the game before and I didn't know what I'm doing. And I'm just getting absolutely battered by the CPU on normal difficulty, feeling like an idiot. So I think it can be tough if you're sort of thrown in the deep end of a genre you're not kind of that familiar with. Like if you're a freelancer or something and your company's commissioned to like, okay, you're gonna go and test Bloodborne 2 and you've never played Bloodborne in your life, I can imagine like why that might result in strange previews and stuff. And this is why you've got to try and like find the content creators that resonate with your opinion. Like like for example, people who know me and know the content, you know what kind of games I like. So like presumably you can
Blizzard
trust my
games.
opinion. Blizzard games, yeah. You can trust my opinion on certain games. I play Souls likes and stuff like that, but I wouldn't read I don't know. I wouldn't read a review from me about FIFA, for example. Uh, I don't play football games,
We should
and
we
that
should
kind of
we
stuff.
should we should get we should get that from you. Someone should put up a goal for you to like review a FIFA game or something.
Football game,
Yeah.
Jesus. I haven't played. I've never played FIFA actually. I played like the last football game I played. I think was like Pro Evolution Soccer on PS2 or something. Man, it's kind of crazy. Just goes to show, like there are blind spots, I think, and I think if you are someone who maybe if you are someone who's played like Black Desert Online, you might be like a little bit more familiar about what Pearl Abyss is going for with Crimson Desert. You might be more familiar with the developer's DNA. and their gameplay design style and that kind of stuff. But if it's like your first sojourn with this kind of game, I can kind of see why some people found it frustrating. Like even me as like an MMO dude, I was kind of flummoxed by the controls because the controls didn't feel intuitive. I remember like in the tutorial, and I remember I saw some discourse and people saying like, oh, like some of the game journalists couldn't even figure out the tutorial in the and whatever. And I remember like when I was doing the tutorial, and I don't know if it was finished, but there's in the tutorial, it's like, okay, like, and I don't know if they've changed it now or if this is even in the final game. But in the tutorial, there's a section where you have to like plant a flag. You have to pick up a flag and plant a flag. And it's like a whole system. It's like this is how you pick up and plant a flag. You press like these triggers, these bumpers, and these buttons. And you have to like hold all these buttons to like pick up and carry a flag and then plant it. And it's kind of like, why can't I just click one button to do all these actions, you know? So maybe they've changed it, maybe they haven't, I don't know. And maybe the idea is that like they're going for immersion, like you use like both triggers representing both hands, and it's like kind of immersive, you know. But I was just like, this is like needlessly convoluted. Um, but yeah, I don't know. Crimson Desert seems like it's been a divisive game. I think partially because of the marketing budget. I think when I think Cyberpunk fell afoul of this to some degree. But I do remember seeing some of the YouTube discourse about Cyberpunk, and I was just like completely disagreeing with it because a lot of the YouTubers were like, "Oh man, why isn't it like GTA?" And I think like when you look at some of the marketing, it did kind of feel like I kind of understood why some people might have been expecting something more Grand Theft Auto like, because that people were expecting more of a simulation sandbox kind of game rather than RPG. I was expecting pure RPG, and that's what I got, and that's what I loved about Cyberpunk, even from day one. You know, and I gave it a glowing review because I was expecting an RPG, and that's what I got. You know, an moving, evocative RPG with an amazing story, and you know, and I played the game as a netrunner, which is arguably the most polished play style at launch. So I had a blast with it, and but people were expecting something different. I think that's partially because of the huge marketing budget that they put behind the game. And Crimson Desert's kind of in the same situation where it's got this huge marketing budget, and people have really sort of let their imaginations run wild about it, what it essentially is. And you know, some of the marketing you see, like the dudes flying on dragons and shit like that, and this huge draw distances, and the engine looks really impressive, and all that kind of stuff. And you start imagining in your head what kind of vast kind of game this is. Maybe some people were caught off guard that it isn't like maybe something they built it when they had to be, but um, maybe it'll find its audience, I think, and it'll stand on its own 2 feet, and maybe eventually it grows into something really big. It's kind of like what Matt Booty said in the transcript from the internal interview that I shared. He said something like, "What was it, my interview? I can't remember. All these articles recently just sort of blend together." But Matt Booty said something along the lines of, "Everything big once started off as something small." And Rand, I don't know if you've ever played The Witcher 1,
No, I
but
didn't.
oh
I didn't
boy,
play Witcher 1.
yeah, it's yeah. If you play The Witcher 1, you probably wouldn't be thinking like, "Oh god,
I mean, I played Witcher
eventually."
2 though. So,
Yeah. Well, I suppose even The Witcher 2, I suppose, is a pretty good example. Like, but you're playing The Witcher 2, you could kind of see eventually where the franchise could grow to. But if you play The Witcher 1, you're probably not imagining that it's eventually going to become like The Witcher 3. You know, it's like the huge leap between Witcher 3 and Witcher 1. There aren't many games that have made that kind of huge leap. So maybe Crimson Desert eventually does evolve into something really special, you know. And yeah, I'm looking forward to
I
giving it a
mean,
go.
some people already think it's really special. Like I said, it's you got this divide where it's like people really love it, or you're not really into it at all. And maybe you come back to it later, or maybe it's like I'll wait for. I've seen people say, "Oh, I'll wait for a price drop," right?
Mm.
But there always is this trust between people that like this game and the people that reviewed it and didn't like it, and it's like, well, you can't trust that person's opinion or any of that sort of stuff. And I don't know. I always find that stuff weird because not everyone's gonna jive with every game. Even if you do find a reviewer who's like jives with your taster, there's bound to be a game or two that is gonna like they'll like that you don't, right?
Yeah.
And that part of it I think is maybe the expectations for this game. Like I felt like the hype surrounding this game was massive, and I
It
think
looks very
people's
technically impressive.
like people, because the whole thing before was like, is this game even real? Because every
Is it
time they'd
really?
show it off, there'd be like this, like, oh, the fighting system, and oh, now you can fly in this game, and it definitely seemed like it has all this stuff in it, and it's like, wow,
Yeah.
did they really pull this off? And people's expectations were like, oh man, this could be a game of the generation type shit. And then the reviews come in, and they're just like, yeah, the game's okay. The game's good. Some people will love it, some people won't. It's kind of, a mixed bag of stuff. And sometimes I think gamers, capital G, they don't know how to handle that. They don't know how to handle disappointment in that way, where they're expecting something, like you're expecting the next big, I don't know, 90 plus meta experience, and you end up getting like a game in this like sevens, because modern reviews, and you can maybe blame IGN for this, but most people look at a game that is a 7 Metacritic as a bad game. I know that's like ridiculous to say. Like, well, how could something be be 7 and be bad? But that modern scale people use for reviews, it's like if it's not an 8, or if it's not like an 85, it's not worth playing or whatever. Like, the only games worth playing are 85s and above. And I sort of felt like this is one that people expected to be really high, and when it didn't, when it landed more towards, the high 70s, people were like, "Oh, this isn't worth my time." I mean, you can obviously speak to like, "Oh, how are people judging, like making purchasing decision based off of Metacritic scores, right?" Because there is that, like, judge it for yourself. Video games are expensive. I think Crimson Desert's $70. Games are getting more and more expensive, and there's tons of stuff to play. So someone might be like, hey, if this was higher, I'd play it, but it's not, so I'm going to save my money. I'll wait for it to come out later, because if the game's good, the game will be good for... You can make the argument the game will even be better, in 5 months with patches and updates, because apparently...
You mean like Starfield?
Yeah, well, but apparently they made a whole bunch of improvements throughout the whole review period, and the day one patch added things that reviewers had suggested. So, like, I've seen a bunch of reviewers saying, like, the game that you're playing now is not the one that we played for review. Like, they added more fast travel points, or they gave you more inventory slots. So, like, the game that players played, the reviewers played for review, isn't the one that you're going to get to play. And I don't know how you rectify that. Because it's like, well, this is my experience when I played it, and this is what I think. And it's like, yeah, they leave some of this stuff, but...
The whole culture around reviews is weird. I've never really liked doing it. I've always... I mean, I don't know. So sometimes there's review periods where it's like you get the game's finished and you get like 2 or 3 weeks, right? Those kind of review periods are awesome. You can like play the game properly at your own pace, experience it properly, and you can really give people a really great view of what the game is and help them make an informed decision. Like that's the whole point of a review. At least that's how I approach reviews. Like in the tech world, like in Windows Central, our sort of whole thing is like help people find products that are worth buying, So I don't approach reviews from like an art critic point of view. I think there's nothing wrong with that if people want to read that kind of content, but I'm no art critic. I'm just kind of like, oh, you're getting value for money. Is this game polished? Does it work well? Does it make me feel emotions? Do I get my money's worth? That's kind of like the way I approach reviews, right? And I think like it's hard when the game's like as big as this, because some games, like, they don't hit you, they don't click instantly. I've definitely had scenarios where like game didn't click with me straight away, and I had to like either put it down and come back to it later, and then really ended up loving it. Like Dragon Age 2 like was that for me. Like I really hated Dragon Age 2 at launch. It was so different from Dragon Age Origins, and I was just like, man, I can't gel with this. And there's a lot of issues with Dragon Age 2, still, but I did end up sort of like adapting to those issues and ended up loving it, So it can definitely happen where you don't sort of get a true idea of what a game is and can be until you've actually had time to sit down there and play it. But the problem is, like, nobody wants to read reviews after the fact, so there is this weird culture where it's like, I have to get a review out no matter what, because the article isn't going to be read otherwise, or the YouTube video isn't going to be listened to otherwise, and that kind of stuff, unless it's like, you know, a specifically big content creator and that kind of thing. So yeah, I haven't really liked doing it in the past, especially like in for certain games where there's not much runway to have a really sort of in-depth opinion about something. But you know, it's just the way it is. I wish like there was like a standardized model for reviews where every publisher and everyone just agreed to give people, I don't know, 2 or 3 weeks to do a review, and that all games were designed around that standard. And that's like almost an impossible ask. But that's why like reviews are such a chaotic thing, I think, is because the review program has so different. Like we were saying earlier, there's no Xbox reviews of this game because there's no Xbox codes
Well,
for
there
this
was no
game.
console reviews for the game, period, for any of the consoles, PS5 or
Yeah,
Xbox. So
yeah. So
you're going in blind on
that
that one. You know,
going in completely blind.
I think they performed fine for what it is. But yeah, I mean, the whole idea of like you can take it to the extreme of waiting for a game to be better. Starfield, right? Starfield had its announcement for PS5. They talked about like the update that's not a 2.0 update, and like the expansion that's coming and all that sort of stuff. So, did any of this make you want to revisit Starfield again in the future? Like the current update and like, I mean, I'll probably revisit it for the DLC when they add the expansion. I'm not like I haven't played Starfield since Shattered Space, and Shattered Space was like really bad. So I'm not somebody who's like
Did it
looking.
shatter you?
It didn't shatter me, but like the idea of like, hey, you can actually fly in space now instead of it being like a screensaver almost, where you're flying but you're not really going anywhere. You know,
Mm.
now you can. So I wasn't really looking for, how do I say this? Like the update to, I don't know how to say. I know like there are people out there that constantly play Starfield and they're always looking for things to get improved or added to keep them playing it, and that's great. But for someone like me, I'm looking for like brand new content. So like I'll probably play the game again when the expansion comes out, which I think comes out like April 7th or sometime in there.
Mm.
But for you, I want to know for you, because I think you enjoyed Starfield. I don't know if you enjoyed it as much as I did.
I enjoyed Starfield.
Is
Like
any of this
it
stuff
wasn't bother me.
is any of the stuff they added interesting to you at all?
Well, I haven't touched Shattered Space either. So for me, because I knew they were doing 2 DLCs, it was kind of like, well, I'm gonna wait for all the DLCs to come out and vacuum them up collectively, right? Because it will feel better to me, rather than to just go back and do a single DLC. It'll feel like there's more meat there, I suppose. So I do aspire to go back to playing it, and give it another shot. But it's kind of one of them. It's like, who knows? Who knows what I'll be playing? Who knows what I'll be hyper fixating on at that point anyway? When does it all come out?
I think it was April 7th. I want to say,
April
because that's
7th.
what's coming with the PS5 port. You know, it's. I saw it was like
When does the Diablo
headlines.
DLC come out?
I want to say like the end of April, April 28th. I could be wrong, or maybe
Mm.
around then. But I saw the reports of the headlines of like, oh, Starfield topping the PlayStation pre-order charts, and like this is the sort of thing where it's like the PS5 port for Starfield was kind of you know, people have known about it for quite some time, so it wasn't really also big news.
Mm.
Although it does kind of like in retrospect when you go back and watch like the 2021, or I forget, it was the 2021 showcase or the 2022 one, where it's like got the big poster and it's like, and yes, it's exclusive, and it's got like Xbox exclusive in big bold letters on the thing, it's kind of like,
Yeah.
yeah, 3 years. I mean, 2.5 years or whatever, I guess. But still, it's just kind of you just kind of got to like look and laugh at that and being like, okay. Um, then there's some like
Yeah.
crazy quotes where it was like, I think the composer said that people just weren't ready for the game, uh, like to be legendary or something, or it. I don't know. Like I'm paraphrasing or whatever, but he basically said like people weren't giving Starfield its props, but it'll get its proper like due in time, and people will come to realize that it's like a, you know,
Man,
like,
I'm
and I'm
like,
just like, look, I liked Starfield quite a bit, probably more than the
dude.
average person, probably because I don't really play Bethesda games like that, and I quite enjoyed what it was, but at no point in time did I think I was playing something revolutionary or a
The thing
giant
is,
of the genre. And I'm just like,
yeah,
do some people like realize what they're really saying? Like, I get like Todd Howard's my friend, or I work at this company and we think we did a really good job, and sometimes you're too close to your own work, but it's like, ugh.
yeah. The thing is about Starfield, right? The big takeaway for me for Starfield, and I think for a lot of people, is this sort of sense of unrealized potential. There are flickers of brilliance in Starfield, um, in the same vein that there are, that sort of made me feel like, oh god, this is a Bethesda game. Like
Mm-hmm.
moments from like Skyrim, and Fallout. When you first in Fallout 3, when you first come out of the vault, and then you go down to Megaton and you can blow Megaton up, like all those kind of like really special moments from Fallout 3, and when Bethesda was kind of like um in its golden era, I suppose you could say. There are moments in Starfield which kind of are so sort of close to that. And I remember this one part in Starfield where you're on a planet. I can't remember the name of the planet off the top of my head, but it's like a mech graveyard. And like mechs have kind of in the lore, mechs have kind of been outlawed because they were too bad, too violent or something. And it was like part of the peace treaty was like no one was allowed to have mechs anymore or something. And you go there, it's like this giant mech graveyard, and it's like all dark, and there's like radioactive lightning coming down, and it's just like there is something so cool here. There is something here. That's sort of like old school Bethesda world building mentality that's still there, like a spark of it. Um, it's just like I don't know why modern game dev being the way it is, they couldn't realize that potential. It's like kind of when you go through I don't remember is it New Atlantis, the main settlement called or something like that. I can't remember.
Something like that.
New
I forget.
Yeah, I can't remember. But there's like a museum in there where it goes through the history of like what's happened in the galaxy in with the wars and stuff. And it makes it sound the museum there makes it sound like this epic gigantic galaxy spanning war happened, and all this crazy shit happened with mechs and nukes and all this kind of stuff. And Earth was destroyed, and all these kind of epic events which you don't really get to experience. You just sort of see the remains of it, the remnants of it, what's left behind, right? So I kind of feel like there's almost frustrating um void of potential in Starfield. It's like this huge universe exists there, and we've only seen a tiny little specter of it, and we'll probably never see it realized in full glory, because I presume, modern game dev being what it is, Fallout being as demanding as it now will be because of the TV show, and because of Elder Scrolls 6 as well, being like, the thing people really want. I think Starfield's probably not gonna realize its potential as a franchise. But I do. It's painful because I do think it's there. I think it's clearly there. Like there's really cool, interesting factions there. Just all of it feels like it doesn't quite reach the level of potential that it clearly could hit. That's the frustration with Starfield for me. Kind of like they bit off a little bit more than they could chew or something. I don't know. That's frustrating. I frustrated myself just talking about it.
Yeah. I mean, hopefully it's good. I'll probably come back on for Terran Armada. But we got some super chats here I want to get to. We got Noob Spot. Says Jez, have you been back to Towerborn since the 1.0 launch? I'm enjoying it very much.
Haven't, and
Shocker.
I did play Towerborn.
Shocker.
Yeah, I did play Towerborn a fair bit when it was sort of going through beta. I really genuinely wanted to like it because it does have it has elements of everything that I like. It's got like the idea of like a Diablo loot, and then sort of, you know, side-scrolling beat 'em up kind of gameplay, and the combo systems are fun, and aerial juggling the mobs is cool, and it feels like it should be a game that appeals to me, but I just like I couldn't lie to myself and be like, I just can't get into this. I don't like the art style. I don't think the world building is very good, and there's just a lot of other games to play. I think that's the kind of the core of the issue with the gaming industry right now. All up is just like your game has to be really good to pull me away from what I'm already enjoying, you know. And I think increasingly for a lot of people, it's just hard. They just don't want to. They don't. Harder to accept mid, I suppose. But I can see like if you've got like friends to play with, and you do, and the art style of Towerborn does appeal to you, and the world building appeals to you, and stuff like that, I can see it being really fun. But maybe I'll check out 1.0 briefly just to see the way it's done. But nah, it just doesn't appeal to me, man.
Too much other games to play.
I wish it was darker, you know.
Yeah.
It's like it's so weird because it's like they want to make a game that's all about fighting monsters, but they made it like really colorful, and it's like you're trying to sell me on this apocalyptic scenario where everyone's got to hide in this, you know, small space, and then at the same time you've made it look like, I don't know, a Disney cartoon. I don't know. That's just a subjective opinion. I know a lot of people don't. A lot of people actually like are tired of games that are too dark and bleak and depressing, but I'm not. Bring me more.
Yeah.
Bring me more bleak and dark.
Yeah. We got Alex who says, I read Project Hail Mary on your recommendation and am seeing the movie on IMAX in about 3 hours. Well, hopefully you enjoy it. Can't wait to watch it whenever it comes to digital. I don't know, maybe I'll go and see it next week, but I normally don't go to the show. But I am seeing that the movie's like really highly rated and everybody like loves it, and then probably going to rediscover the book, because that's what usually happens with these things. Like when like a movie becomes really popular, people go and like buy the books. Happened with like Lord of the Rings and stuff. Like people want to read the source material.
Does that, man.
Yeah.
My girl, every time we watch a movie that she really likes, she goes and buys the book. She's reading the Jurassic Park books at the minute.
She's reading which Jurassic Park books?
All of them. Well, the old school ones, I suppose.
Well, I mean,
because we watched them. She got into Jurassic Park late because we watched the Jurassic Park, the Jurassic World movies.
Right.
And then we went back and watched the old school
Michael
movies.
Crichton only wrote 2 Jurassic Park books.
Yeah,
one Jurassic Park and then the Lost
right?
World. Yeah, I don't think he wrote any more than that.
Did he write 3? I think he
I want to say he only wrote 2, but I could be. I mean, I read both of them, but
yeah, well, she's reading them anyway.
They're good books. Michael Crichton's a great author. He's got some really cool stuff that has been adapted into movies. Yeah, Jurassic Park movies, the Andromeda Strain, which was like a older movie from the 60s, and it was a television show. Sphere, which is probably my second favorite Michael Crichton novel, Sphere. That was a movie like I think late 90s, maybe early. I think when late 90s it was Samuel L. Jackson, Dustin Hoffman, and Sharon Stone. Congo, that was a movie with Sigourney Weaver.
I love Sigourney Weaver.
I'm trying to think of.
I hate reading, man. I hate reading.
I know you.
Why is reading? You know. I gotta ask you. When you read, right? Does your brain just start thinking about other things?
So
when I try and read, my brain's just like, I just start thinking about anything else, and it's like, oh shit,
See,
I haven't been
that's what
reading.
happens to me when I try to do audiobook. Is that so? I got like the earbuds in and I'm listening to the story, but then since my eyes are free to do whatever I want, I'm looking around, and then I eventually like inevitably start thinking about something else, and I'm not paying attention to what's going on. So I can't do it. I just can't focus. With the book, I kind of, I get away from any sort of distractions, and there will be times where I am thinking. Sometimes I'll think about something else, and I'll be like, I need to reread this paragraph. But then you lock in, Jez. You got the book in your hand, your eyes are on the pages. They're not wandering around looking at people or looking at your computer screen or looking at your phone. So it's just
I can't do it.
you and the book,
Can't do it.
and then you just read. That's how it. That's why I prefer physical, at least for books, because that's the only way I can kind of stop thinking about other things. Where it's like, okay, I'm just focused on this now.
Too hard, man.
I know it's too difficult. I know it's too difficult for you. I know it's too difficult, but still.
It is too difficult. My
But
brain just like
do what I suggested. Just don't tomorrow or Sunday or during the week next week. Just take Andy and being like, we're gonna go see a movie. Take her to go see Project Hail Mary, and see how it
Tomorrow?
goes. Well, whenever it's out now. Just go.
Oh well, this is one of the issues here is I'm in Germany and I don't speak German, so we'd have to find a cinema that plays in English, which ain't easy.
Okay.
And we live in the middle of nowhere, so could be that I have to wait until it's out in digital and buy it somewhere in English. But
We got Juan in the super chat who says, "If PC is the biggest market, why is Microsoft putting their games on PS5 instead of pushing for more growth on PC? Just short-term gains instead of doing the hard work like fixing the PC store, like having outdated or broken versions there."
yeah, I mean, this is the kind of like the debate me and Rand always have. Both like it does feel like when they are pushing on PlayStation, it feels like short-term games for long-term damage. If I know for a fact that I don't need to buy an Xbox to experience anything, why would I ever buy an Xbox? But they are like investing in PC. It's just it kind of comes back to what I was talking about with regards to technical debt. One of the issues with the Microsoft Store on PC is that it was built for Windows 8 and Windows RT. It wasn't necessarily designed as a gaming store. They kind of retrofit in a lot of weird stuff in the Microsoft Dev Center and that kind of thing. It just takes time. And they have like ramped up more and more and more as the PC store has grown, and it has grown. And it's now, it's pretty damn big actually. I wish they'd release hard figures on it, but everyone I speak to describes it as like serious shit, the PC store from Xbox these days. And a lot of that is Xbox Game Pass. But, if they do want to grow it organically, they need to make sure games are more discoverable. And they did talk about discoverability at GDC and that kind of stuff. So, it's just a case of waiting, I guess. It's kind of what we do here, isn't it, Rand? We just waiting. Waiting
Yeah.
some more. I did get the I didn't take my ROG Ally to Japan because I wanted to like, have a kind of my plan was like I'm not gonna play any games. I'm gonna be a good boyfriend and spend time with my family and all that kind of shit. But I know I have to take my laptop because I got to do a bit of work because I know I'm getting this exclusive in while I'm in Japan. So I took my laptop instead of the ROG Ally. And I got back now, and my ROG Ally's got a ton of updates. It's got that new auto clipping feature with AI, which I suppose, if it's good, will come to Helix 2. So like there is polish work being done, but there is like still a lot of issues and shit that I'd like to see them address. But like I say, it's just going to be a bit work in progress, isn't it?
Hmm.
But we'll see how Asher Sharma changes up the investment and because we've already seen them invest on console a bit more, which was surprising to me.
And
So
I have seen some tweets. People were DMing me where they said they literally did this in 2 weeks, and there's more updates to come.
yeah, it's
So
crazy.
makes you
That's
wonder.
weird.
Makes you wonder why they weren't doing that before. What was the priority, or what was the walking mandate, so to speak? You know, where they
Hmm.
wanted to do this, or it's like, hey, like you said, proof over promise. And like she really came out gung ho talking about console this and console that and console, and 2 weeks later
Console,
you
console,
get an
console.
update with some features that people wanted, and it seems like, at least from what it looks like, some Xbox employees here were saying, like, yeah, we started this 2 weeks ago and there's still more updates coming. It was like, okay, they came in and basically said do this. So we'll see
Yep.
what else is coming down the pipeline for it. Yeah, as far as the super chat here from Juan, I mean, I think we all know why they put games on PlayStation. I think it was, it was a money thing. It was like, hey, we need to reach these, we have this profit margin we need to hit, and what's the best way that we think we can do it? PlayStation's the best way where we could grow our audience and make a lot of money and hit the goals that we need to go hit. Our developers want to be multi-platform. That whole thing. Like, I always kind of heard Bethesda was kind of resentful a little bit of being exclusive, especially when they bought Activision and Call of Duty was going to be multi-platform. They're like, well, why are they multi-platform and we have to be exclusive? Like, it's kind of one of those things where their
Yeah.
developers want to do, and then like, you
The
reported
fir-
that even.
there's opposing goals there. Like first party to make money. They need to be on as many platforms as possible. But the platform team, for them to make money, they need the platform to have as many unique features and selling points as possible.
Yeah,
So there's kind of like a conflict of interest there to some degree. And I do think that's kind of a problem when everyone is not on the same page. In my interview, they were Matt Booty was talking about how first parties set up to support console, but mm, I kind of feel like I sit here even now and I'm, you know, how do you expect to sell a box that has no exclusive content? There isn't a platform on earth that doesn't have some form of exclusivity, you know. And before you could point to Game Pass, but no, Game Pass is like very, very, very expensive, and it's kind of not the kind of the draw that I would have thought. You know,
I
it's
mean,
not the draw that it used to be. You know,
they've switched to Xbox Play Anywhere. Like, their marketing is, especially last showcase was very heavy on Xbox Play Anywhere. Like, every game Xbox Play Anywhere,
yeah.
right? The idea of buying one copy and playing it on console and PC, they probably think that those are enough like
And
reasons.
Steam has exclusives too, and like when Deadlock comes out, like that game's going to be hot shit, and that's going to be exclusive to Steam. You know, I, I don't know if you've seen Deadlock, but like, bro,
I
like
have actually haven't seen Deadlock. I mean, I know it's a multiplayer game from Valve, but other than that, I have no idea what it
it's like
is.
it's kind of like it's not quite. It's the best comparison is Smite. It's not quite Overwatch. A bit more like Smite. It's a bit more MOBA-ish, but it's got that sort of the polish that Smite never could achieve. You know, so I think that game's going to be fucking huge, and that's going to be exclusive to Steam and Steam Deck and Steam Machine, and like what people are going to be buying into the Steam ecosystem for Deadlock. I know they are, and Xbox, like back in the day, they had Halo to do that kind of heavy lifting, and they've given that away. They've given that away, not just like in terms of underinvesting in it and not delivering a high quality product for God knows how long, but also now they've put it on PlayStation, which does untold amounts of long term brand damage, I think, to Xbox. You know, um, but this is kind of what I suppose. Like you could think about. You can think about this because Asher Sharma said, the plan's the plan until it's not the plan. And this is something I've said to you in the past where it's like, if they can produce a spreadsheet which confirms to the bean counters that it's a bad idea, it'll no longer be the plan. So sometimes you kind of have to just cleverly manipulate the political landscape, the corporate political landscape, in order to get the right thing, to do the right thing for your business. Because, like I say, there is a conflict of interest, and the conflict of interest there is first party org thinks it's better for them if they sell more copies on more systems, and the platform org, I'm sure, is probably like, how do we sell this product without exclusive content? Just assuming. And obviously, customers, we have a vested interest in the platform doing well because we're locked in. They've digitally locked us into this platform. So we have a vested interest in the platform having exclusive content, not necessarily because we want to gatekeep other platforms, but because Microsoft hasn't explained to us why the platform can be healthy without having exclusive content. Um, and maybe there is a way that the platform can be healthy without having exclusive content. Maybe there's some magical way that can work, but they haven't really given a good explanation of that so far. But I don't know. It's gonna be interesting to see what Asher Sharma does change with regards to some of this shit. It's gonna be interesting to see how that all goes down, because only a couple of years until we see this kind of stuff come to fruition, right? Maybe
Yeah.
in the short term, there can be like, well, we'll grow our studios by selling things on PlayStation now, and then we'll have a few years where we'll do the exclusivity thing to grow our own platform when Helix launches. Maybe that could be a thing that happens, but I somehow find it out. But we'll see.
We got another super chat here from Analog. It says, I bought a Play Anywhere Crimson Desert and still can't launch the game without disconnecting the internet from my PC. Hashtag a microslop. So that's the sort of stuff I was talking about when you said, what do you want them to work on? I want to sort of figure out that stuff so when Helix comes out, you don't have problems like that.
Yeah, I've been told they're working around the clock on fixing it. So.
And then Cody Bishop says, drama with Crimson Desert over AI art found a game. Yeah, I just did see that on Twitter. Apparently,
I found some AI art.
Apparently, there's AI art everywhere in that game.
Oh shit!
I guess,
well,
at least judging from some of the tweets, people are like, I think the people have found AI in here and stuff. So, well,
there's some drama in Blizzard universe about that at the moment, because some of the ads on Battle.net are kind of like, they look like they're AI generated.
Mm-hmm.
It's kind of like, oh, okay, that's the way we're going with that shit.
Speaking about AI, that's a good segue here. Man, the outrage and drama over the Nvidia DLSS 5 thing. Whew. Did you see these pictures? They dropped that video where they showed like stills from recent games, and then they have the little slider that comes over it, and it was like DLSS off. And it's the game only like and you played, and then they drag the slider and it's like DLSS 5 on, and it's like, oh my god, right? And they did it for a whole bunch of games like Resident Evil Requiem, Starfield, FIFA, and some others and stuff. Digital Foundry covered it, and Richard Ledbetter seemed to like basically write like what amounted to what read to me like almost a sponsored ad post without like the hashtag ad sponsor thing. Like it was just basically glazing this thing. Right. And the internet really does what the internet does when it doesn't like something. It went in on this stuff. Large portions of people are being like, some developers, a lot of journalists will be like, this looks like shit. And of course there are people out there being like, actually I think it looks better. The people that really like AI, the AI tech bros, all that sort of stuff. It's really good. Developers have control, because that was one of the things that Nvidia said was like, no, developers control what it had. Then I guess it came out today that actually developers don't have any control over it whatsoever. All this sort of stuff. Like, I don't know. I just know what my eyes saw was some bullshit. Like, yeah, it looked fine for environments and lighting, but you pulled that filter over someone's face, it looked awful, like god awful. Like the Grace's face and the before and after literally looked like one of those things where you see
like an Instagram filter.
well, an Instagram filter, but it reminded me of those tweets that some of these like slop, it's not slop tubers, but where it was like, hey, how to make your character hot or whatever, and it's like suddenly Grace has lipstick on, and I'm just like, how does this filter suddenly have like where Grace looks like it's like a different
Mm.
character. Leon looks worse, Grace looks worse. And it's like, oh look, well the Starfield one, because Todd was talking good about it. It's like the Starfield one, yeah, like the graphics aren't really a big thing about Starfield, and you could say it looks better, but I felt it just looked more plasticky, look fake. Um,
Yeah.
and I just like, I don't know, like, I definitely, I read some people's opinions that like, hey, like this is amazing and it's gonna be the future and stuff, and it's like, is that really the future people want? Um, and then I read that apparently this whole demo needed two 5090s to run it, like the one being the 5090 to run the game, and then the other 5090 to run the
Do the
filter.
full scale.
And I'm like, okay, so are you gonna need two GPUs to be able to actually use this feature? Are they gonna optimize it because to get it to, because they're supposed to come to some games this fall, so they're gonna actually optimize it where you only need one GPU? But it sounds like even if they do, it's like, do you need a 5090 to be able to run this shit? Do you need to at least have the 4090? And if you have this stuff enabled, how's the frame rate gonna be? I don't
Mm.
know. Like what was your reaction to the DLSS drama? Like, did you like the way the things
Well,
looked? You know?
fucking no.
Yeah.
Well, again, it's kind of one of them. I I'm not like I haven't looked too much into the technical side, but the problem is with the technical discourse is Jensen, the Nvidia CEO, he replied to, I think it was Tom's Guide. It was one of our brands. It was Tom's Guide or Tom's Hardware. I can't remember which one. Awesome guys over there, by the way. Tom's Guide and Tom's Hardware, fantastic websites. Um, they they got him to comment on it, which was interesting, and he was kind of like he said a lot of things which contradicted what his own blog post said. So now it's kind of like you don't know what's true. It's like is Jensen's version true, or is the blog post true, or is someone else's version true? It's weird, man. So I'm not going to speak to the technical stuff because I haven't really looked into it that much yet. But like you, I know what my fucking eyes could see, right? And one of the things that really bugged me about the discourse with regards to this was like, oh, the people who are attacking this are just following the anti-AI bandwagon and that kind of thing, right? And it's just like, bro, like, look at it. Fucking look at it, man. Grace, the using Grace as an example, they shouldn't have done that. I think for this demo, they should have focused entirely on abstract things, lighting, objects, backgrounds, plants, maybe, basic geometry, landscapes, things that like are easier to fake, I think. But when you see like the way it's applied to an organic sort of thing, like a human, that's when it all falls apart and starts looking like a really ugly kind of one of these terrible AI generated slop things you see on Instagram when you're scrolling, and it's just kind of like bullshit. And then you can kind of extrapolate from there, like how this could go in the wrong direction. Like you can imagine a scenario where a developer basically makes a game that's just blobs and then tells, Nvidia's cloud to IO upscale everything. And then you can extrapolate even further from that and be like, okay, well, to play the new wave of games, you need to have an Nvidia subscription to the cloud. Otherwise, all the games are just going to look like blobs because developers have let AI do the heavy lifting on some of this shit. And then you can extrapolate even further and being like, well, okay, people our age aren't going to accept this. But what about the kids, man? What about the kids? Are the kids going to accept this shit because they accept Roblox? And a lot of those games look a bit floppy, you could say, for better or worse. And could this become the norm? So I think while there is definitely some performative outrage about AI in general, some, a lot of it's just well founded in the fact that the economics of AI are just frustrating and bullshit. It's incredibly expensive. You need 25090s to produce those results, right? So it's incredibly expensive for starters. The economic harm that AI has already been doing to a lot of businesses and consumer prices and all that kind of shit, that's kind of like already well known, and people are already mad about that. And they're kind of pushing this as like a benefit of the technology when in reality it's you can't really call it a benefit of the technology when it looks worse. So far, a lot of the things that AI is supposed to improve seems to be having the opposite effect. So it does feel like there is like this generalized backlash against AI, sort of generalized, you know, knee-jerk reaction to anything that's related to AI. But you only need to look at this to see how shit it is. You know, it's not like, you know, like sometimes I feel like people are like, am I taking crazy pills? And people are trying to like gaslight me into thinking it's good. It's like, no, it's not. It looks bad when it's applied, at least applied in this way. But I can see like scenarios where you can imagine scenarios where maybe it could help in some ways. Like I was, you know, and again, this is me kind of maybe even gaslighting myself here. Where I'm kind of like, what if it, AI upscaling could make games look and run better on a low end device, like I don't know, either cloud or a phone or you know the base ROG Ally, you know, with an MPU or something like that, or maybe even like a cheap subscription. Maybe it could just be part of the xCloud subscription, where it's like, okay, well, if you've got like the basic cloud subscription, you get cloud AI upscaling, which makes the game look and run better on a lower end, cheaper device. And that could be a benefit for the consumer if they can buy a cheaper device and get more expensive looking performance by offloading some of that stuff to the cloud. Maybe. But bro, that is such a stretch. And that is me literally trying to gaslight myself into thinking like they could do something like that or would even want to do something like that. Just none of this shit feels like it's designed to benefit the consumer. It all just feels like it's designed to hype up the share price of these companies um even further, you know, with promises of things which are just not gonna actually be good in reality. I mean, that's kind of where I'm at with this shit right now. Um, is there a scenario where they could prove me wrong? Sure. I'd love to be proven wrong. Um, I'd love to be proven wrong on a lot of AI related stuff because, frankly, right now, a lot of it just feels like a load of hype and bullshit. And this just, again, for me, falls into that category of hype and bullshit and not actually being anything particularly great or interesting. But, you know, it's like with a lot of things. Um, it's about whether the mass market wants it or accepts it at the end of the day. Because we sit here and rail on things like free to play games, right? But you know, that's what the mass market wants. They want free to play games. They want the general gaming community hates on pay to win games, but pay to win games are the, you know, driving revenue on mobile like nothing else, you know. So for every like angry person on social media and stuff, for every backlash, there's a legion of people lining up to enjoy it, you know, for better or worse. So I suppose we just have to wait and see on that one. But yeah, just using my eyes alone, I thought it looked trash.
Yeah, I
Trash.
I thought it looked awful. I thought it looked absolutely awful, and you know, I don't come back. I was just like, does anybody find this good? And there definitely were people that are like, oh my god, look how amazing this all looked. I'm like, am I seeing something different? Are my eyes like wrong here? But it's just like, I don't know. And you might be right about the whole youth thing. Like, well, people like the younger kids even care because they've basically grown up on slop, right? Like Roblox. Like
Yeah.
none of that shit looks good, but they love it. and they'll be just more accepting of it essentially because that's just how they grew up with it. You know, at least you could say like our generation, it grew up with gaming and seeing how it's changed, and some of us will push back on certain aspects of that we don't like, but you have kids that grow up with like iPads basically put in their hands at 1 year old, and like they have it's like this is what gaming has just always been to them, and it's like AI will just seem natural to them and it won't really care and stuff, and it's just slippery slope at all. And I don't know, I just also like worry about the performance trade-offs. Like, would that be something you like I sort of feel like also, is that something like you need to have like the top of the line GPU to even run properly with like a decent frame rate? At that point, like who are you really like making that for?
Yeah.
Unless it's like, this version of this DLSS 5 is you're gonna need this much power, so you're gonna need this GPU. But then it's like, okay, well, future iterations of it won't require as much. So, but then it's also like, is it just also they're gonna do it to get people adjusted and accepting of all that? Like I don't know, like the whole, because I see one of the defenses of it is like, oh, developers can control it and they can control how it looks, and artists and stuff all control. And then it comes out that like actually they didn't, and they didn't know. And it's like, well, what's the truth here? Like you have Nvidia saying these things, and then you have information coming out pointing to the opposite. So I don't know, man.
Yeah, I mean, my issue with it, with regards to the slippery slope aspect, is like, will developers just increasingly start relying on AI to produce the art, and then it's kind of like, well, okay, well, if they do that, then I won't buy their games, and then it's like, will there come a point where I'll have no choice but to buy, if like, will games that I love start using it? Like, I was thinking about World of Warcraft. Will Blizzard, because World of Warcraft's a sort of PS1 kind of graphics, right? Oh, well, PS2 if we're being generous. Is there a universe where Blizzard would be like, oh, we could make our game look AAA or modern by using this AI stuff, and then, like, will I have no choice but to? Will there come a point where they stop developing the graphics natively and just start relying on AI filters, I suppose? Just to use that as an example. Obviously, I don't think Blizzard would ever do that, but there's certainly a point where some game devs do that, and then it's like, do the younger generations accept that, or worse, desire that? And then is that another issue where people our age just start, like, the things that we value and the things that we love about gaming, and the artistry of gaming, does that start to become a thing of the past because of this? Some rich assholes decided this is how it's going to be now. I don't know. But sometimes when I talk that way, I start feeling like old man yelling at cloud, and maybe I am, and I suppose you just have to wait and see how it plays out.
That's very true. Old man yelling at cloud. We did get an update about Kiln. It's launching April 23rd.
I'm actually looking forward to giving that a blast.
Yeah, and that's all the marketing the game's gonna get.
Yeah. Rip.
Yeah, people are already talking about like Marathon's numbers. I'm sure people will be hawking the numbers for Kiln when it releases. Speaking of Marathon, they released their final map today, released for the season, potentially the raid map or whatever. And that's the game I've been playing the last 2 weeks, Jez.
Marathon?
Yeah, I've put down Arc Raiders and said my goodbyes to Arc Raiders.
What, forever?
Potentially.
Good.
Just like, oh yeah, we got Marathon, and my crew going over there, and man, Marathon, I like Marathon quite a bit. I think I might actually like it more than Arc.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
That's unexpected. I haven't heard that much about Marathon, so I'm interested to your take on it.
Well, so I don't know. It's always tough to like cut through the bullshit with Marathon, because you'll see a bunch of takes on it being like they went rogue so they're broke, and like people constantly bringing up the Steam charts because like the numbers aren't, they're not. I would classify them as not great. But I mean, they didn't even hit over 100,000 on Steam, and I don't know how well the game's doing on Xbox or PlayStation. I think Paul Tassi said like their number one platform is PC, which is not a surprise considering when you play the game, you can definitely tell like PC was their main focus because it's harder to do certain like inventory things with the controller. That is a pretty cinch to do on PC with the mouse. I guess I'm just an extraction shooter guy. I don't know what happened. Like, my multiplayer history is pretty, like, it was all about Halo back in the day. Back in like 2002 or 2000, no, when Halo 2 came out. So 2000, what was that, 2004 when Halo 2 came out? And I played that forever. I mean, I played it every day for a year. Lost a job over it. I've told that story. Halo 3, we're talking.
Lost a job over it?
Yeah. Well, I basically didn't go to work because I only wanted to play Halo 2, so I got fired and stuff and whatever. But I had thousands of hours in Halo 2, probably thousands of hours in Halo 3. Halo Reach, hundreds of hours, right? And then as the Halo series has gone on, I probably put less and less time into it compared to the first two or whatever. And I never really got big into Call of Duty. I was more of a Battlefield guy, so I had a lot of time in Battlefield, Bad Company, and Bad Company 2, and Battlefield 3 and 4. That was like kind of my modern day shooter. Like I enjoyed the Battlefield games over the COD games, but I always enjoyed the COD campaigns over the Battlefield campaigns. And then I kind of drifted away from multiplayer for a bit, and I got really back into it, Battle Royale, back with PUBG, and I think, what was that, 2018, 2017, whenever it came to Xbox? I think 2017. And I played that. I think I have like 900 hours in it. Like some like 700, 900 hours or whatever. And it was just so much fun. And we had a group of 4 who loved it and played it every night. And there's some of that here that I do think really is one of the reasons why I like these games as much as it is because my friends like it as much as we do. Or as much as I do. So every single night they want to play it. So they're in the Discord chat and wanting to, have fun just as much. So if it was just me, I wouldn't have even played it. Like I sort of needed my friends to also enjoy this as much as me because they're right there. We're all pushing one another. Are you gonna get on? When are you gonna get on? Right? Like, can you keep on playing for longer? So like every single night, everybody's on to play and everybody's having a blast. And with Marathon in particular, that I find that is, at least I'm enjoying more than Ark, is I feel like the combat scenarios and the PvP is more engaging and better than it felt in Ark. And that's, I think, down to how how Bungie has made their first person. Like, say what you will about Destiny, but their shooting mechanics are top tier. Like they're up there with Infinity Ward and Call of Duty games where it actually feels great to fire the gun. You know what I'm saying, Jez?
Oh yeah.
Where you pick up the gun and it's like, wow. The way the sometimes like, the screen like zooms in and it kind of fades and like how good it actually feels to pull the trigger and see your bullets hit the target. Like they've nailed that in this game. So I feel like that aspect of the game is better than Ark. And there is a steeper learning curve in this one because you can definitely, playing both of these games, Ark is definitely made for more casual audience. Everything is more structured where it's easier to understand what things are and where things are needed, where it's a little bit more obtuse than Marathon. So it definitely feels like Bungie made a game for like super hardcore extraction players. And I've just been having a blast. Like I get on every night.
Cool,
I play like 3 or 4 hours. Some nights are great, or you get a whole bunch of shit. Like last night was probably our best night playing the game. Like we had some intense battles on Outpost that were just absolutely insane. And then the loot you grab, there's something about it. I don't know what it is. I think Colt asked me like, what do I like about this game so much? And I was just like, you know what I like? I like killing someone and taking all their shit. It's, you know what it's like a battle royale or like the COD multiplayer Halo. It's like, yeah, you just kill somebody, right? But it's like, I need more
You
than
just
that.
kill a bit.
And now it's like I kill somebody and I'm taking all your shit. There's like call me evil, call me, I don't know, call whatever word you want to use it. Like there is
Evil.
a satisfaction in knowing that not only did it beat you in a battle, but everything that you had is now mine. There is like, it's tough to really put into words other than like the joy that you get. Is it wrong to say the joy that you get at someone else's suffering in a way?
Schadenfreude.
Like, cause like you kill them and you can take all their stuff and they lose it. And I've been on the other end of it where, you know, I have some good shit and I die and then they take it and it's like I never get mad or upset about it. It's just like, ah, shit. Oh well, you know, bound to lose at some point. But there is like that
That shit
kernel.
made me mad, bro.
There is that kernel
That
of
made
just
me mad.
like, we just wiped this team and all your stuff is now mine, bitch. You know what I mean? Like it's just. I
Oh
don't know
wow,
if that's
Jeff
like.
Grubb's in the chat. Jeff Grubb says you're evil.
I must
Would you
be. I
agree?
must be, Jeff. I don't know what it is, man. Like, you know, my history with multiplayer has been different. I don't know if I just needed something more from my multiplayer games, like higher stakes. And I like with Battle Royale, I love the idea of like everybody starts at the same thing and you drop, and it's all about like scavenging through the buildings and the area and looting up, like finding like a better gun, finding a helmet or whatever, and then you kill somebody and then you take their stuff, right? And you get better stuff and you go on and go to the final circle and it's exhilarating. And maybe that's why I like Battle Royale so much, because it changed the core concept of what multiplayer was for me. What I used to play in Halo, where it was strictly who can get to 40 kills fastest or who can plant the bomb the most, or, you know, in like 5 minutes or whatever.
Opposite. As I've gotten older, I've wanted lower and lower stakes. So like now I went from like Unreal Tournament 99, and I sort of played Call of Duty and then Battlefield, because like Battlefield's kind of like there's like dozens of you, so it's like you can hide how bad you are. So like in Call of Duty, when you have a really shit game, it's like you can't really hide. It's like, oh, okay, I was the weak link in that situation. But in Battlefield, it's like I can have a really shit game, and it doesn't matter because there's so many people. Like nobody gets mad if you're in the low quarter and in a sort of 30v30, 40v40 battle. And then like you go all the way down to Overwatch, and it's just like Overwatch is so easy. And it doesn't even count your kills, really. It just kind of
everybody, like if you just do one little speck of damage, it counts as a kill, right? Yeah, I get that. I get that.
Like I don't play Overwatch competitively because, again, I don't want the sweat. And I'm just happy and vibing in my Overwatch, you know, just playing Roadhog, hooking a bitch, and then one-shotting them. Like that to me, that's what kind of level of PvP I want these days. So I've gone in the opposite direction, but it's cool to hear someone speak so positively about it, because I you know, like I say, I haven't really spoken to anyone who's been playing it actively.
The thing is, like, Marathon is definitely for the hardcore. Arc is definitely more for the casual. And initially, I was kind of two minds of like Bungie's art style in Marathon. Sometimes it's like completely over the top. But I've sort of softened my approach on it, because I've gone back and watched like Arc, and I find Arc to be drab now. Like the artistic direction, and I think that's because of like how hyper realized Marathon is, with all the different colors and everything. Where then you go back and you watch something that is your typical post-apocalyptic dystopian thing, where like it's mostly drab and brown. It's like the color scheme they used, where when you compare it to something that I don't know what would be described as like postmodern, where it's very colorful, like the art style like jumps at you in Marathon, where it's more subdued in Arc. But the more I play a Marathon, and I appreciate more of the stylings it's going for. So when I watch stuff from Arc now, I'm like, oh, that's kind of just basic. It's really weird because, and this is coming from someone who loves Arc. I have like 400 hours in Arc, and I don't know. I don't understand. Like, I don't understand how much, like, why I love these extraction shooters so much. And I think it's like I mentioned, partially it's because my friends like it just as much as me. So there's 2 people to play with immediately. So we're in teams, and it's just fun to kill people and take their stuff. Like, we went into a match last night on Outpost, which was like, it's like the map. It's probably one of the better multiplayer maps in general, and like there's a lot of mechanics that go on within it. But we went in there with like almost a free loadout, and we took down a team. And as I'm looting them, it's like, you know, I didn't have a shield. As I'm looting him, oh, he's got a blue shield. Oh, he's got blue weapons. Oh, he's got all the. It's like I didn't have to bring in any of my shit, and we killed somebody, and I just grabbed all their stuff, and now I'm kitted, and then we can run.
Did you enjoy the Dark Zone in the Division? Because that put me off extraction shooters for life.
I didn't really play much of the extraction shooter. I liked Division for what it was, but I never was really enamored with how it played. Like, I didn't really think the shooting mechanics in Division were anything worth, like they didn't, I don't know. It didn't really feel great. So I didn't really want to PvP in that. So like tonight, you know, we're gonna play this like raid, like, I don't know how this like a raid like thing in an extraction shooter works, because like you have raids in Destiny, but you don't lose your shit in Destiny. But there's gonna be 6 other teams on this map, and it's supposed to be super difficult. So at any point in time, you could lose your shit. Imagine if you play Destiny, have all these weapons, and then if you die in a raid or a Nightfall, you lose all your stuff. People would go nuts. But I guess that's part of the challenge. So we're gonna try that tonight.
I'm gonna ask you this. This is a point Tim Per 21 brought up in chat.
Okay.
I hope it survives, because the player count is okay, but is it good enough for Sony?
Well, here's the thing. So in Arc, there was an optional wipe. See, like Tarkov and all these other extraction shooters that have been around a bit, they do these periodic wipes where they completely delete everybody's inventory and all the progress they made, and everybody starts over. Partially, it's due to because any new person coming in would get obviously wrecked by people that have all the best gear. So they sort of want it to be a level playing field for people that are coming in. It's also partially because people want something to chase again, where it's like, oh, I lost all my stuff. Well, time to get it again. Now, Arc did it where it was optional, and you had to do things to be able to even do it. Like, you had to complete these sort of quests. You had to like donate a whole bunch of like materials and stuff, and they rewarded you with extra skill points and more stash space. But you didn't have to do it, and I didn't. And all the times we've been playing Arc, I did not do the expedition because I wanted to keep my stuff. Because I actually had a nice vault of things, and I was like, I want to keep my anvils and my bobcats, and I want to keep the good weapons I've gotten, right? So Marathon is doing a wipe where your vault's going to be completely gone, your money you've made is gone, your faction progress is gone, which you do these factions, which are kind of like mini quests in the game. You earn XP, level up the factions, and then like you can buy upgrades. So it's like it's like the RPG kind of like upgrade tree for your characters. So the more you play, the better your character gets and stuff. So like faster revive speed, or you can sprint longer, those type of things. So that's all get resets. Like all the factions get reset to 0. And so it's like starting over new. I've said this to my buddies. I was like, I think when that happens, I think I'm done with the game. Because as much fun as I'm having right now, I think once they take everything from me and it's like, okay, now I got to start over and I got to redo all the factions again. I got to do this stuff. I'll just be like, I had a great time for the 3 months in here, but I'm done now. Because
I think a lot of people like the whole like, because Diablo, the seasonal model of Diablo is a huge barrier to entry for a lot of people, because it's like every season you lose all your shit.
Yeah, I don't like that. So it was great when Arc was like, you don't have to. You can if you want, and we'll give you extra things for it, but you don't have to. And I was like, all right, great. But I know I'm going to lose everything in this, and I'm just like, you know what? I may not want to play this anymore once I lose all this stuff. So that may happen. Now, the one thing that I will say that goes against that is like if my buddies still want to play it all the time, I might just get on just to play it because it's so much fun to play it like it was like a battle royale and stuff where everybody really wanted to get on. It was like so much fun with friends. But yeah, I am thinking about that where it's like you see the player count, how long. I don't think it's in danger of shutting down, right? I mean, people have done comparisons to like Highguard, and like at this point in time, Highguard had like 4,000 concurrent users, and Marathon has like 50,000-60,000 or whatever. So like they're obviously doing much better. Plus, those copies were all sold. But I would imagine Sony, who spent $3 billion on Bungie, this is probably not what they imagined when they were like, hey, this is a brand new game from Bungie. They're probably expecting Arc Raiders numbers, where Arc Raiders sold 15 million in 2 months or whatever. That's probably what Sony was expecting and the type of money that they wanted to bring in. And I don't think Marathon is ever really going to reach those heights. And I'm not sure when season 2 comes out, if suddenly like there's a surge for Marathon players and stuff, where it's like, oh, now people are going to discover the game, because it is divisive. And there is just like some of the reviews with Crimson Desert, where it's like takes a little bit to get going. It's kind of, the controls are kind of weird. And I've seen that debate on social media where some people are like, these controls are kind of weird and they suck. And other people are like, no, they're amazing. I don't know if I just sort of think the player count for Marathon will just continue to dwindle and dwindle over time, which, is typical for every 99% of games in history, right? But it's just, there's a lot of people that just like use this as identity of like Marathon sucks, and they're constantly posting the numbers and stuff. And while people have, because I talked about this on day one Xbox era, and somebody asked me, I think it was good old Collinwood, asked me if it was a game, if it was something I would recommend. And I don't feel comfortable recommending Marathon or Arc Raiders really to anyone. Unless you like have a crew to play with, then maybe I'd recommend it, because like with you mentioned how you would hate losing your shit. You go out there you get some stuff, and then you bring the stuff in there and you lose it, and it would put you off in the game. And I don't know how people are with that, so it'd be tougher for me to recommend. Like Resident Evil 9 is an easy thing for me to recommend to people. Do you like Resident Evil? You do? Buy the game, because it's one of the best games. It's one of the best Resident Evils, which I also beat the game another 2 times, Jez. So I beat the game 3 times now.
Damn, what a nerd.
Love it. Love Requiem. And it's do you like survival horror? Play this. Do you not like survival horror? Well, then don't play it, because as much as because people get caught up in all the hype, and they're like, oh my god, people are talking about this, and it's like, because I had a couple people ask me, should I get Resident Evil 9? I'm like, do you like Resident Evil? They're like, no. Do you like survival horror? No. Well, then don't get it. It's not a game for you. If you don't like Resident Evil and you don't like survival horror games, you're not gonna like Resident Evil 9. But then I got people come to me, it's like, oh, should I get Marathon? I like multiplayer games. And I'm like, well, I don't know. It's an extraction shooter, which is different than these other type of things. Do you have a crew to play it with? Because I don't necessarily think playing solo is very fun, because I've done solo on both of these, Arc and the Marathon, and I don't think it's great. So it's like, it's tougher to recommend, But anyways, that's what I've been playing. So I think I'm like 75 hours into Marathon. So it's pretty crazy. We'll see, though. We'll see if I keep on playing when the wipe happens in June. But Jez, let's talk about this the Helix stuff from GDC. Anything you want to focus on? More back compat titles, Jason Reynolds said, coming in the future, huh? It's pretty
yeah, kind of implied that, and they're gonna do another batch.
I think it was more than kind of implied. That was like strongly basically hinted, right? Like basically told you straight up.
I suppose it's got to be Activision titles. It's got to be licenses that they've been able to free up as a result of the acquisition. I would imagine, at least.
Yeah,
absolutely. Don't know for sure, but you imagine it's going to be related to that. there's a community member made a new backwards
I
compatible
did, yeah.
feedback
I got
website. What did
a
it say
Logan
there?
Meyer DM'd me this, and he was like, "Any chance you could mention this on Xbox Two? It's called the Xbox Game Preservation, which is
Yeah, it's like a new thing, which is
where
cool, I
you
think.
can vote on titles which you think should be back compat and stuff. It's community made. I
Yeah.
guess Jason Ronald has seen it, so I don't know how in depth their back compat plans are. Because remember when they did the final batch in 2020, they said they were done. It was like the last
Mm.
one, and then like the team was gonna be moving on to other things. And they acquired Bethesda and ABK, and we sort of felt like, yeah, man, you could do some more back and pack stuff with some of the licenses you now just acquired. So maybe that'll be what they do, like a final batch of back and pack games from OG Xbox and 360 that are they have their licenses for, or some things that work now that they didn't. It was just like, hey, here's the last the last hurrah, so to speak. It would be great to do for a 25th anniversary stream of some kind, right?
Yeah, I think so.
Yeah. One of the other things that was making the rounds was they dropped that this is an Xbox ad campaign.
They did.
What do you what do you
You
what do you?
surprised about that?
Am I surprised about it? Hmm.
It kind of feels like that's the thing that happened first. That was like the first decision I kind of feel like they made. Drop that campaign like a brick. It's kind of
Yeah,
what I
it
felt.
was always a very divisive ad campaign.
Yeah, it sure was.
Am I surprised they dropped it? Well, if the rumors suggest that that was Sarah Bond's brainchild, then I'm not surprised, because you kind of want to distance yourself from the people ahead of you and their decisions that clearly I don't think the ad campaign did what it was supposed to do.
No.
So it's like, okay, we need to move in a different direction. Let's start this new ad campaign. But yeah, I don't know. I remember talking about this in an Xbox thing. It's like, yeah, I understand what you're saying, but like also at the same time, like you're basically telling people like
Don't buy shit.
don't
I
buy
think
your shit
what
because everything's an Xbox. Like whatever.
to me
Like
it signals like it kind of continues this theme of Asher wanting to focus on the console again and the product and the hardware. And what's kind of interesting? And this is like it's not really directly related, but Amazon is going to try and make a phone again. I don't know if you saw this, but Amazon's kind of going to try and make a phone again, and it's going to fail. Let's let's not beat around the bush. It's going to fail. But I think like a lot of these companies, like Microsoft and like Amazon, they're kind of like again identifying this fact that like as long as Apple and Google hold the keys to their destiny, they can't do shit on mobile and stuff like that. So I kind of feel like Microsoft has hopefully identified the fact that if they allow Sony and Steam to control their entire console environment, their entire gaming environment, and just give up their platform, they'll end up in a similar situation to that they're in now with AI, where they can't control anything that runs on mobile because they don't own the keys. So I think like this come by our kind of attitude that Xbox has had over the last few years, Microsoft all up, frankly, has had over the last few years, is probably like a part of initiative to move away from relying entirely on the goodwill of companies that you're competing with, you know, because Microsoft's been doing this across its whole stack for a really long time, and it's not worked out well for them, you know. Like Microsoft was like, okay, Google, we'll make an Android phone. And Google was like, okay, well, we're gonna give you the absolute bare minimum support on this. So don't expect any help from us. And Surface Duo died very, very quickly. Right, died a absolutely blisteringly fast-paced death. If they controlled the whole stack, then they wouldn't have been in that situation, right? And I think like Microsoft coming back to, wanting to work on Windows again is part of that kind of mentality where it's like we need to curate the platforms that we have and not just give it all away to Apple, Google, PlayStation, Steam, and whoever else who is willing to do hard stuff. Because making hardware is hard. It's not easy. It's harder than ever, arguably, because of the tariff situation and all the weird shit going off in the world with regards to silicon, RAM, all that kind of stuff. It's not easy. You've got to do distribution, you've got to do marketing, you've got to do all this kind of stuff that doesn't really come naturally to Microsoft. But by not investing in it, they've given themselves so many issues. And it's not just gaming, it's AI, it's like cloud, like all their platform stuff. Google Apps is like eating into Microsoft's Office market share because it's all pre-installed on Android, and now Google's Android's making its own desktop operating system. I don't know if you saw that too. But also, like, Google had a bunch of GDC announcements where they were like, "Oh yeah, like, so we're doing our own Xbox Play Anywhere thing." Did you see that, Rand? By the way,
The what?
Google Google now has its own Xbox Play Anywhere thing.
Do they?
So, like, yeah, they do. So, like, they have a new initiative on Google Play and Android where it's like if you buy a premium game on Android, and there are some, you get the PC version. So it's a wholesale rip-off of Xbox Play Anywhere. And if I'm a Microsoft now, who's has no mobile platform, I kind of have to take some of these threats a little bit more seriously than perhaps I would have done in the past, right? So, whether it works out or not remains to be seen. But at least they're not neglecting that shit. And the whole "this is an Xbox" thing, which was advertising other people's platforms, Android, Steam, PlayStation, it's completely antithetical to actually running your own fucking platform. So that had to go. I'm glad they've identified that it was stupid, because god damn, it was stupid. I just oh, just Billy, man. I remember writing an article about how silly it was, and that ruffled a lot of feathers, But clearly, the community was right on this one. And Microsoft's identified that it was a silly idea, but is it too little, too late? I don't know. I don't know, man.
Anything else noteworthy that happened at GDC with the Xbox, Jez? Anything else?
Microsoft did announce a range of new sort of initiatives to make it easier to publish on the platform. So they've reduced the time to the amount of dev time needed to publish a game or get an update certified. That's been massively reduced. So there's a lot of positive stuff for devs coming out there. And also, like, there was a bit about Gaming Copilot. I don't know if you saw that. Gaming
Gaming
Copilot.
Copilot's coming to Xbox, right?
Yeah, Gaming Copilot is probably not going to be a hugely used thing, I
No,
imagine.
it's not.
But it's still like it's still interesting. Because I do think that, like, it probably will get some use, and I think if you're a content creator, like, for example, Maka, your good buddy Maka, he pretty much makes exclusively guides, right?
Mm-hmm.
Achievement guides. And Microsoft did say that they want to pay content creators who find the content through the Copilot, which none of the other companies are really doing. So I appreciated that aspect of it. If people like Maka and our Windows Central, we don't write guides anymore because Google took all that money away. But, like, people who still do write guides in the space, Microsoft's hopefully going to be making it a viable way of making money for you guys. So I kind of appreciate the fact that they even bothered to consider that fact. So yeah, that was another thing that happened. Other than that, I mean, a lot of it's still wait and see kind of universe, right? I think.
Yeah, I mean, I'm still going with my prediction that the next Xbox will be called Xbox Copilot 365. Because why the hell not?
No,
So,
no. No, no.
Jeff Keighley with some news. Xbox corporate
Oh.
vice president Lori Wright is departing the company in the coming weeks, according to a LinkedIn update. Wright led the platform's third-party relations, including global partnerships and business development of Xbox.
Yeah, I don't know if you saw this as well, but Haiyan Yang has also left. She ran Microsoft's gaming AI stuff, so she's joining Netflix.
Mm.
And also I've heard there's another. I probably shouldn't say this, but there is another exec leaving soon. So it sounds like there's quite a big shakeup going on right now. Mm.
Yeah, I mean, I'm not surprised. New person in charge, they're gonna want their own people there. So
Yeah, I mean, people ain't people ain't being laid off, but I think like the new initiatives are kind of like giving some people the urge to try new things, I suppose. You know, Phil was very beloved, and some of I suppose his work's going to be undone, not undone, but like pivoted to other things. Priorities probably going to shift and that kind of stuff. But I don't know. Yeah, Navy Shadow. Yeah, announced on LinkedIn. Microsoft's gaming AI lead. I think was she lead? She was high up anyway. High up, and she's been instrumental in shaping some of that like tech stuff. She's kind of a genius. Like like on the programmatical, mathematical kind of side, like a legitimate like scientist kind of person. She's leaving for Netflix to for their gaming AI stuff, I guess. But yeah, a lot of changes happened at Xbox.
yeah,
But I suppose for me, in the short term, I really want to see results quickly with regards to change. I mean, we've seen like this is an Xbox go away. This implication that they're going to focus more on console. They've already shipped like a bunch of new features to console, which we weren't expecting, but are welcome. What are some of the big ticket things they're going to do? I suppose one thing I keep seeing people hope for is this idea that they will return to having exclusive games again. Um, I don't know if that'll happen, but she has said things like everything's on the table, everything's being scrutinized. We're looking at why we do everything, why we did, you know, why we moved away from having exclusive content, why we went for Game Pass, all that kind of stuff. We could see some like pretty massive changes over the next year. Let me ask you this, Rand. Let me ask you this, because they have been emphasizing console a lot. They've been talking about console, and it all starts with console. Satya said it, Asher said it, so on and so forth. One thing they haven't talked much about is Game Pass. To be honest, do you think Game Pass could be under threat in this new model universe?
I don't know. I don't.
No?
I mean, I know they already talked about it at GDC, but I'm not sure GDC is an area where you need to talk about Game Pass at all to people. So I don't necessarily think that's
Mm.
like a sign of it. I mean, you could look at it like, well, they haven't really talked about it, so it's like. But then I mean, we mentioned this before about the idea of like, hypothetically, if they felt like Game Pass, you look at like
Plan's
the
the plan until it's not the
well,
plan.
the Circana reporting is like the only thing that's up in the industry is subscriptions, which implies like everything like other stuff is down. If subscriptions are up but like spending's flat, then everything other than subscriptions are down. So subscriptions are up and Game Pass is the thing. Is Game Pass up? Like there was that whole turn against Xbox last year when they increased the price by 50%, which nobody expected. And they added things to it to kind of mitigate like why is it so expensive? Like, oh well, you got Fortnite Crew in here, and we're promising 75 games, and if they roll back some of those things, like hypothetically, if you're thinking, well, if they aren't putting their own games day one anymore on there, is that something they could get sued for if they promised it and the sort of you know what I mean? Like if you had a class action lawsuit, like would they have to wait? Do they maybe think like Game Pass is too expensive? So maybe you keep Game Pass around but you remove your own games from day one, but because of that, you have to like make it cheaper. I'm not sure if that's something to do. I mean, it is interesting that they haven't talked about it, uh, but I'm not sure if that's like a sign, a portent of things to come yet. You know,
Right. Fair
because
enough.
I don't know. Uh, I think if they were planning on moving away from Game Pass, I sort of like I would imagine that's like something you or Tom Warren or like Jason Schreier or the Grubster would probably start hearing about and putting out reports, like
Mm.
hey, I'm hearing these rumors they might be doing this or whatever, because that's like something that would be like I could imagine like waking up one day and then seeing like, oh, Xbox has pulled the plug on Game Pass or Xbox is no longer doing their own games. Like that would dominate the discussions for a bit, and I would imagine like those plans. It's not something you'd
Mm.
probably just turn around, wake up one day and do and be announced and being like, this is what we're doing. It like there'd be talks about it. Like you'd have to run the numbers and stuff. So I would imagine people would sort of get like a not like a heads up, but there'd be whispers, you know, on those sort of things.
Mm. Yeah.
Um, we'll see. I mean, we'll see how they talk about Game Pass the rest of the year. I mean, they still got Showcase coming up and all these other things where all these other avenues. I'm sure Asha will be doing more interviews later, and maybe somebody will bring up Game Pass and they'll talk about it or what have you. But I don't know. Are you concerned about it? Do you think this implies something, or is it just what do you, like
Nah,
what is your gut saying right now?
I wouldn't say I wouldn't say I'm concerned about it. I'd hope that there'd be some changes, I suppose. But there's also like this kind of there's a big elephant in the room with regards to the multiplayer paywall. If you are making a Helix box, a PC box, do you still maintain the paywall for the next gen Xbox in any capacity? Is that something that they want to do? There's like, and if you do that, if you do get rid of the paywall for multiplayer, like you've kind of got to find a new revenue stream there, you know. So like they're probably hamstrung with the amount of I don't know the amount of uh how do you call it? The amount of pro consumer initiatives they can put together. Money's tight, and I don't know, man. I don't know. I just wonder. I just wonder what they can do here. It's interesting to think about.
Hmm. Maybe they're thinking about maybe they're thinking about rolling back the price drop or the price increase. What if they be like, oh, $30 is too much. We're gonna roll it back to 25. It's too we went too far. You know.
I mean, putting all that price increase on Phil. I mean, pretty mean. But if you're gonna do it, I mean, that's one way to do it, right?
Yeah, I'm
Um.
just saying if like you looked at the data and it was like, yeah, like
Mm.
we went a little bit too far, so let's roll it back a little bit.
Mhm.
But I don't know. We'll see what they're gonna do with Game Pass and like the whole multiplayer thing. I mean, there were reports I think by Tom and everybody that they're looking to merge PC Game Pass and console Game Pass into like just one thing, and that kind of
Oh,
does.
that was another thing in that article I talked about earlier. I think is it the Information or the Independent? I can't remember. But they got some comments from Netflix executive who said that like um they were sort of in talks to bring like some Netflix benefits maybe to Game Pass. And I think like I think it was Tom Warren who put out there that they were he did say that they've got nothing to announce right now, but the talks had happened about ways that Game Pass could collaborate with Netflix. So
Hmm.
maybe there's something like that down
I
the
mean, the
pipeline.
article is out.
Oh, is it out?
1 hour ago, Microsoft's new Xbox chief Asha Sharma is promising a reset, prioritizing game development and creativity over what she calls soulless AI slop. So I mean,
See,
but it's
hit Control and F and find a bit about Netflix. Because there was something in
but
that
it's
about
behind a
Netflix.
paywall. So
Oh, it's behind a paywall? Okay. Well,
well, here's
I'll
the
bring it up.
Aaron Holmes.
Hang on,
I
I'll bring it up.
profiled Asha Sharma and her vision for restored Xbox. She is already scrapping old marketing campaigns that irked Xbox staff and loyalists, kicking around subscription ideas with Netflix CEO Greg Peters, and promising the staff she won't force AI slop. Quote, she comes in with an observation that, to some degree, that division has been run a little bit defensively for the last couple of years, said Netflix co-CEO Greg Peters, who has met with Sharma multiple times since she took the helm of Xbox. Quote, and I think she's trying to reinvigorate an invest to grow kind of model rather than a cut to make targets model.
Yeah, that scans with what I heard. But he does say further down in that piece, he does say, hang on a sec, let me find this. It's quite a big piece actually. They did there was some mention that they talked about Netflix and Game Pass having benefits together. Oh man, I hate PDF so much. Whoever invented the PDF format should literally go to hell. She hasn't shied away from discussing how Game Pass could benefit partners like Netflix. Netflix's Peter said he and Sharma had kicked around ideas for how the company could potentially partner on subscription bundles, and they wouldn't eliminate any possibilities as part of subscription plans. Netflix also offers games which could turn into a bigger Game Pass rival if it invests more heavily in the area. There are no solid plans for a Netflix Game Pass deal at the moment. So it does sound like they're exploring collabs there, because I do think like Netflix is, I suppose, like one of the issues that subscription services have right now is that there's so fucking many of them. And a lot of people are sort of like, well, what subscriptions should I pick and choose from? What if like there was a way like you could get both and like lower the price? Because because like one thing I'm looking at doing, like we've got too many subscriptions. I've got YouTube Premium, which I absolutely think is by far and away the best subscription you can have today. Like I use YouTube Premium every single day, and I watch so much content on there. Like I watched a 40-minute documentary earlier about disciples from the Bible, like what happened to them after the Bible. It's like this is so cheap for the quality content you get on YouTube. So YouTube Premium's going nowhere. I also have Spotify, which I discover a ton of music through Spotify, so that's valuable to me. Then I look at like the subscription services I've got for like Netflix and stuff like that, and I don't use Game Pass that often these days. And I don't feel like I don't use cloud. I used to use it for cloud a lot, but now I've got an Xbox Ally. I don't really use it for cloud that much either. So for me, like Game Pass is like something that I'm actually like, damn, like there's no way I pay $30 for this. I'm currently subscribed to Game Pass through my phone bill. And I get it at the old price. But if they took that away from me, like I would probably unsubscribe. But what if like I could get Game Pass and Netflix for a discounted price, you know? I use Netflix for WWE mostly these days, combined with Surfshark VPN, 86% off with the code XB2. Extra. And, even Netflix, like I don't use it that often. Like dividing my time between Netflix and WWE, Netflix and gaming, like gaming's always going to win out, but if they could join forces, they could potentially push back against that whole which subscription should I choose? Which subscription should I prioritize? If they teamed up, But
Right.
will they team up? I suppose it remains to be seen.
Yeah, you know what? Let's do some Patreon questions, shall we? Got
Sure, let's
quite a
do it.
bit of them. So, yeah, like Jez said, surfshark.net/xb2, 86% off 2-year deal. Supports the show, and also patreon.com/xb2. You can drop some questions, and we have quite a bit of them, and double questions at that. So we're gonna take some extra time here to answer them.
Sure am.
All right. Well, we're gonna try to speed through these because there's like 20 of them, and I think each one has 2. So.
Oh boy, we're going to be here all night.
Which is why we're doing it now. So, Jez, we got to keep our answers short and to the point, okay?
Let's do it.
No tangents.
No waffling, no
Yeah,
tangents.
no
Oh,
tangents.
but I love me some tangents, bro.
I know you do. C. Woody says, "Good afternoon, fellas. My 2 questions are as follows: With Helix on the horizon, do you think it'll be possible for it to run Xbox Series X and S media apps? I can't imagine Netflix making a brand new app to run on the Xbox PC app. What do you think about that, Jez?
The answer is absolutely yes, because they're all web apps anyway.
Okay.
So it's like it's the whole PWA thing. So it's literally just, you know, put your web app there and it will work. Already on the Xbox Ally, I think they've added the ability to install PWAs yourself. So you can pretty much install any app already, and it'll have native controller support and that kind of thing.
There you go.
So I wouldn't worry about that.
Do you think with this back compat hardware, it will be easier for unofficial emulation homebrewed to have a place on this machine? I would love to be able to play some old OG Xbox and 360 licensed games that would never make their way to the official BC program.
I think like if it runs on Windows, it'll run on Helix. So yeah, I mean Microsoft can't really block what you want to run on those kind of devices. Which is why I thought it was funny when I saw there's rumors that Sony are going to be doing their own PC launcher, and they were like, "Oh, this is a way for them to block it on Helix."
That was kind of debunked by Jason, by the way.
Debunked already? Well, even still, it was just funny that they were saying like, "Oh, this is a way for them to block the games on Helix," and it was like, it's like, how? You know, like. I've never once in my life heard of a situation where a company has blocked.
You see
Windows
that all stemmed. This
will
be a tangent because it is something that I thought about talking about, but I didn't. But PlayStation is removing like the PlayStation Network and PSN branding. This kind of reminds me of when Xbox dropped Xbox Live. Remember the outrage with that? Like, moving Xbox. They changed it to Xbox Network or whatever it was.
Yeah,
which
little N.
Like Insider Gaming had the email, but then like some big Twitter accounts were talking about like were paraphrasing the email that Insider Gaming had, and then talked about how like they're furthering into PC and stuff. They might do their own launcher, and I'm like, how did you get this from Insider? Like I had someone DM me that, and he's like, "Do you see this?" And I'm like, dude, nowhere in the email that Insider Gaming posted did they mention PC a single time. But yet some of these like big Twitter accounts were like they're pulling their games from Steam because they're doing their own launcher, and then it kind of took off as like a rumor thing. And I'm pretty sure Jason on Reset Era came out and said like they're done with PC, like they're not going to do their own launcher sort of thing, like. Or what have you. So it's like, all right, well, and it sort of didn't really even make like. I just thought like if you're pulling your games from Steam, that has the biggest user base, because you want to make your own launcher, because you'd get 100% of everything, but you don't have the user base. You'd make more with Steam, clearly, than you would on your own store, and it's like, what other games would you put on the store outside of your own? Probably not many. So it doesn't really. I'm sure they probably thought about doing a PC launcher and the benefits and the pros and cons at some point. But like I say, like once you kind of you go in on Steam, it's like, well, there's no point. I just don't really. I don't know. I thought it was a copium from PC people that were like, well, we actually do want Sony's games, so they're gonna make their own launcher. But we've seen how people hate any other PC launcher besides Steam. I think the only one that's sort of tolerated is Battle.net, simply because that's where the Blizzard games live, right? Like if that's where I want to play my Diablos and my World of Warcrafts and my CODs or whatever, it's like that's just kind of how it is. But like nobody uses the Epic Store. The only reason people use the Epic Store is to claim the free games that they then don't play. And we've seen how when like games are exclusive to the Epic Store, like people will be like, I ain't buying it. I'll wait till it to come to Steam. Like if you're not bringing it to their platform of choice, they're not gonna bother with it. So I just sort of wondered, like, how is a PlayStation PC launcher that only exists to really release their games on PC, but nobody's else's? It's kind of like Xbox in a way where it's like, oh, what's Xbox's selling point right now? Game Pass and Play Anywhere. Okay, but is that a big enough selling point for anybody to ditch any other platforms? Or even is that a point of somebody who's looking to get into a platform being like, that's the one I want to choose? And the answer is probably no, not really. And that's what Sony's P think. Like, who would it really be speaking to? Like, it wouldn't be speaking to the PlayStation 5 user. And if you did that, you might actually push those users to PC, like how Xbox has pushed a lot of their users to PC. And now, like, some of them don't even buy games from the Xbox store because they're like, well, if I'm on PC, I'm just going to buy games from Steam. So it's like, okay. And it's like, oh, well, so then it's for PC people. But we've seen PC people scoff at the idea of buying games anywhere else other than Steam. So I'm just like, I'm not sure this makes really any sense for them, especially if they're doubling back down on their own console. Why would you suddenly be like, actually, we're doing our own launcher? And, granted, Jason Schreier kind of came out and said they aren't, which I sort of already kind of knew, considering that people were like making up quotes from like the Insider Gaming email thing. I was like, what are we doing here? I don't know.
Yeah.
Whatever.
Like, whatever.
We have, let's see here. Silas, who says, welcome back, guys. Last week I purchased a Steam key for CD that was 20% off. It got me thinking, if on Helix, if you have the choice of the Xbox Store or Steam, why not get the cheaper copy of the exact same game on Steam? Are achievements and friends lists worth 20%? Yes, they are. Well, that depends on the person, I suppose. Games, I mean, you can, I don't know, like people have, like, I have, PC and an Xbox, and I know I can get games cheaper on PC and potentially even better. That doesn't matter to me. So it's worth it to me. It may not be worth it to other people. I mean, this. I love you, Silas, but every single week you basically have the same question, just rephrased in a different way. You know what I mean? And it's like, I don't know. I don't know how this is going to work out with two stores on their system. It sounds like a bad idea to me. But then again, I'm someone who doesn't own anything on Steam. So like when people ask me like, oh, are you really excited for the ability to do this? I'm like, no, not really. I don't own anything on Steam. All my games are on Xbox. It's like, I can see it from like a consumer standpoint of like, that's cool. I could play my Xbox games and my Steam games. But I'm someone who actually doesn't own a Steam game. And I'm very much like you, where it's like, well, if I'm a dev, why would I even bother making an Xbox game where I can just publish the Steam version? Because the people that have this machine would have access to Steam. And if I can get the games cheaper through a key website, why would I continue to buy games on Xbox? So there'd have to be something to hold over on it. And, for me, it would be achievements, but it wouldn't necessarily be for anybody else. But, I mean, I don't know. They got way smarter people and way people that are getting paid millions of dollars to figure this shit out. Who am I? You guys and even Xbox homers like Colt say that Helix would be the last console from Microsoft. If that's the case, why continue to invest in an ecosystem that has a finite expansion date, knowing that in 10 years or so that you'll have to move to Steam or PlayStation 7? I feel like I've answered this question before. I sort of play games in the now. So like I played Resident Evil 9 and I played it through 3 times and I got my enjoyment out of it. I'm never going to play it again. So the idea of if I ever had to move to Steam or PlayStation would imply that like, oh, well then you just got to buy your old games back again. But the thing is, I wouldn't, because I already played them and I have no intentions of ever playing them ever again. So
I think that's how most people behave.
I don't know if that's how most people behave, but I mean, it'd be no
No,
different.
like I think it is how most people behave, but at the same time, they don't want to. They don't want to feel like they're losing access to that shit.
Sure.
Whereas you don't really care.
No, yeah, I mean,
The
I
thing
get
is,
that.
like, I completely disagree with Rand and everyone else that this is the last console. In fact, I'll just put it out there. I know it's not the last console.
Okay.
So, um, I don't think it's going to be an issue. Like,
I
they're
don't
going
know.
to keep making.
I don't see it any differently than how I saw like, oh, I had an NES and I had 100 games for the NES, and then I got a Genesis, and I was like, oh, I got all these games for Genesis, and I got a 32X, and I got a Sega CD, and then oh, I got a PlayStation 1 and all these games, and I got a PlayStation 2 and all those games, and oh, I got an Xbox and all these games, and oh, a 3, you know what I mean? Like, it really just
Yeah.
feels like it's no different than what it used to be. So that's why, like, the idea of like, well, shouldn't you just invest in Steam now? It's like, well, I'm going to play the games where I want to play now, because I'm not someone who's going to be, if I suddenly started playing on PC, I'm like, I'm not buying Resident Evil 9 and I'm not buying Cyberpunk. I already played those games and I have no intention of ever playing them again. Unless, of course, Cyberpunk came out with a new expansion or something, I play. But it's like, I'm moving on to games I haven't played or new games. So, and that may be different from how everybody else feels, but you asked the question to me, and that's my response. And I know I've said this before. If that's the case, why continue to invest in an ecosystem that has a finite expiration date, knowing that in 10 years or so you have to move to Steam or PlayStation 7? Why not start building those libraries now? What's with this like thing about building the libraries now? Like, I don't know. Like, I don't know. The only reason I can think not is older games like Rand, who will be pushing in their 60s and 70s next decade, may no longer have the physical ability to game. I mean, I don't know if that has anything to do with it, but I think you view Silas. I think you view things differently than how I view things, and I think like how you like the idea that, well, this might be gone in 10 years, so I need to start building my library on Steam now. Like, I think you and me just have a very opposite viewpoints of how I think of libraries and the games I play. Because I play games a single time, or like Resident Evil, where I played it multiple times at once and then I never played again. So like the idea of building a library in Steam now doesn't mean anything to me. Because if I'm building a library, it's because I'm playing those games now, and I'm not playing on Steam now. So it doesn't matter if I'm playing on Steam in 10 years, because if I do play on Steam in 10 years, it'll be for the games that are actually releasing on Steam at that point, not of all the games they've released in the past. That makes sense. Or maybe it doesn't make sense. I don't know. Makes sense to me. Am I making sense to you, Jez?
Sure are, buddy.
All right. Jay Foley says, hello, Rand, and konnichiwa, Jez. First question, with the dashboard getting some good updates, and from what Asha said, only took 2 weeks, what would you like to see added, or what have you heard, Jez, may come to the dashboard?
I haven't heard. I'm still investigating what will be coming next, but I'm kind of in the same camp as Rand. We talked about a little bit about it earlier, but I'd love to see them do something with achievements. Not because I personally care about achievements, but because it's the number one thing that I get asked to push up the chain. It's the number one piece of feedback that I get that people say, can you tell your friends at Microsoft, can they do this? And that's what I would like to see just for the community. But I think, like, for me personally, what I think would be good for the platform, opening up and improving the developer experience is something I would probably prioritize. I want, when like I've interviewed devs, they always say to me, I wish Xbox was more like Steam with regards to publishing. And if they go into a PC-like model, I think that's exactly what they should be prioritizing personally. But, that's just me. I think Rand would probably agree with me on the achievements aspect.
Yes, that's why I brought it up. Second question, do you guys think we'll see some major changes to Game Pass before June? Price, add-ons, etc.? I mean, maybe. maybe after June. I think. I don't know. Maybe they don't do anything with Game Pass. Your guess is as good as mine. We just don't know. Sierra 11 Kevin says, "Hey Rand and Jez, as always, appreciate you both. I recently hit the big 5-0. I've been fortunate to have had consoles dating back to the Atari 2600 and seeing the leaps in technology from generation to generation. But my question to you both is in regards to friends or family that aren't traditional gamers and if they've ever been surprised or drawn into a game. I'll give 3 examples from my side. First, when my dad saw me playing NFL 2K on the Sega Dreamcast, he was amazed at how good the players looked, even saying to show my uncle. Second was the first time I used Xbox Live and played a motorcycle pack-in demo. I let my brother use that headset to talk to other players, and he was smiling about how amazing that was. Third was when a friend picked up Tecmo Bowl for the NES. That was amazing, and how a lot of my non-gaming friends couldn't stop playing the game. I always have good memories of those things since it was bringing in people to gaming, which I am so into. Friends or families than traditional gamers? My sister, I think I've talked about this in the show, but my sister's was really, like, she saw Hogwarts Legacy and had to play it because she's a huge Harry Potter fan. And otherwise, she has, like, no interest in gaming. But she literally bought, like, a PlayStation 5 for it. Remember I told that story where she called me and she's like, I want to play this Hogwarts Legacy, but it's only on PlayStation. I'm like, no, it's not. It's also on Xbox. She's like, but it says here on the commercial, it said PS5. And I'm like, yeah, this is a marketing tactics. You know? And, like, sister's not someone who plays, like, phone games either. So it was, like, literally Hogwarts Legacy. And, yeah, I do remember playing, like, Madden back during the Sega Genesis days. My dad got, like, really into it. Actually started doing, like, his own seasons and stuff because he's like, wow, this is really cool. But those are the only ones I can think of for, like, non, like, traditional, friends or whatever, the non gamers that were like, oh, let me. Do you have like, does Andy ever, like, look at you and be like, oh, that looks really cool? Do you have any examples of?
Nah, not really.
No.
I don't think so. I've tried really hard to get Andy into gaming. I mean, she played through Limbo and Inside, like those, but it's just not what resonates with her. She likes reading books. She likes scrolling on Instagram. Yeah, some people it's just not appealing to some people. I don't know. But yeah, I haven't had much luck there, but I know some people who've kind of, like, they grew up with gaming, then they quit gaming because they had life responsibilities and shit, and then eventually come back to gaming. Like, I've got a friend actually who recently returned to World of Warcraft after literally about 18 years because his kids are grown up now and he's got the time to play again. So he picked up the game again and he's back into it, which is like, hey, that's cool. So we've been playing again. But yeah, nothing like that though.
All right. Batman Beyond says, hey Jez, will Halo 1 remake come out in June or July? I think rumors have it pegged for August.
Yeah, I have no idea personally, but I'll defer to Rand on that one.
I say rumors have it pegged for August, which would be pretty good. Rave Damo says, double the questions. Now that's double fine. Hey, Rand, will you try out Kin, jonesing a pottery baller to fill the void left by Outriders? I'm going to be honest with you, Chief, probably not. I don't really see myself playing it. Yeah, I'm sorry. I don't. I don't see myself playing it. Sorry. Jez.
I'll give it a go, but I don't think I'll play a ton.
Jez, can you share something from Japan that you don't think anyone from the West would imagine without having been there themselves? I want to go to Japan myself, and I want the deets. Keep up the great work, you marvelous gents.
That's a good question. Well, I wasn't prepared, I think, for how affordable everything is when you're paying with, Western currency. I think Japan does something where they sort of artificially keep their currency low to encourage exports or imports or something like that. And I don't know. It's a good question. Suppose because I do have family out there. A lot of like my expectations were kind of met. I kind of knew what to expect to some degree, and like I actually had I think it was good old Collingwood on Patreon. He actually gave me a bunch of advice, which was really helpful before I went out there. Um, but yeah, I don't know. I would say like if you do go to Japan, make sure you get a SIM card when you go. Um, and yeah, I think that's about it. It's just awesome. It was just really cool, man. Everyone was so polite, and like willing to be helpful, and also minding their own business as well. It was a vibe, man. It was really different, really different.
All right, so we have Fantasticals. Hey guys, we'll make it live today. I have to play Crimson Desert. Lol. Many Resident Evil games became Play Anywhere titles a while after release. Do you guys think Requiem will get the same treatment, or is this something Phil or Sarah would have negotiated? I played the game on Steam and enjoyed it a lot. I didn't immediately start my second playthrough like I normally do for Resident Evil games because I'm hopefully waiting for an Xbox PC release to hunt for achievements. How do you guys think are the chances for that to happen? Have a wonderful weekend. I think down the road, it probably will. Probably talking years though. I would imagine. 2 years, something like that. I could see. You know, I don't think there. I don't think it's like a. It's never gonna happen.
Mm.
So I do think there's some chance. Panda Man says, "Hey guys, long time. Two questions this week as I'm playing two games currently. Final Fantasy VII Remake. Never played Final Fantasy before. Do all the games have similar gameplay? Oh no, they do not. No, they do not. Uh, Final Fantasy VII Remake has similar gameplay to what Final Fantasy 15, you would say, Jez, but otherwise the rest of the games are turn-based. Well, except for 12, right?
Mm. 12 is kind of turn-based. Like you have to wait for the characters to attack.
Yeah.
Um, they've all of the Final Fantasy games have slightly different battle systems. Like in the early days they are turn-based, and then they switched to like active turn ATB, the ATB system, where it's like your characters can have speed and then attack more quickly, like
But it's
based on
still
that
turn.
little
It was still
time in.
kind of turn-based though.
Yeah, it's still kind of turn-based, and then I think Final Fantasy X went back to being
Yes.
purely turn-based, I
Mm-hmm.
think, and then Final Fantasy 11 was an MMO, and then Final Fantasy 12 was kind of like sort of real-time tactics kind of game, sort of very very different. Final Fantasy 13 was again turn-based, and then Final Fantasy 14 was an MMO, kind of like in the vein of World of Warcraft. Final Fantasy 15 again tried to do sort of real-time tactical gameplay. I really hated Final Fantasy 15's battle system. I thought it was so unrewarding and just kind of felt like it played itself. I was like falling asleep playing that game. Um, and Final Fantasy 16 tries to be a hack and slash, and then Final Fantasy 7. I think Final Fantasy 7 remake kind of took what they learned from Final Fantasy 15 that didn't work and made it better. I think Final Fantasy 7 remake and rebirth is probably like the best kind of halfway house between being a hack and slash and being a tactical kind of real-time tactics kind of game. I really, really like Final Fantasy VII's combat system. I didn't at first, but I was kind of like, I think I part of it was like, oh man, I don't really, I don't want to enjoy this because I wanted it to be turn-based. But once I got over myself a bit, it was like, actually, this is really fucking cool and really fun. I do wonder what they'll do with 17 though, because I think like the Final Fantasy 16's combat again, they try and do the hack and slash thing, and it was just I found it was just so boring. It just wasn't fun. I felt like combat system in that game is just like again, it kind of feels like it plays for itself. There's no challenge, um, and whatever. But I do wonder if like they'll what they'll do with 17. Will they go for something like Final Fantasy 7 like? Will they go back to turn-based after seeing Expedition 33? I don't know. Be interesting to see where they go with that.
He says Crimson Desert, the exact opposite type of game, but having fun with it. What games rank highest in complex controls? Thanks for having a great. Thanks. Have a great week forward. I don't know. Complex controls, huh?
Which game was? What did you say?
He said, "What games rank highest in complex controls?"
Huh. I mean, you can look at like maybe some of the Paradox games, the strategy games. If you're trying to play like Stellaris on console, for example, that's pretty fucking complicated.
What's the one like game
Um,
that came with like a whole like not like a flight stick, but it was basically like a huge like pilot sort of thing with like controls and buttons everywhere. Like it wasn't an Armored Core game, but it was some mech game, wasn't it?
can't remember.
Like one of
I kind of
those.
know. I kind of feel like I know what you're getting at, but I can't fully remember.
Otherwise, I can't really think of games with complex controls.
Mm.
We got Chris Emmons says, "Hey guys, welcome back. Hope you had a great time in Okinawa, Jez. I've been wildly impressed by the content output by the gacha games like Wuthering Waves and ZZZ. They deliver a new character every 3 weeks, new 5 to 8 hour storyline packs every 6 weeks, and a constant stream of events, videos, EPs, and marketing drip, which is naturally their business model. My question is whether they can churn out content at that rate they do and other games generally can't is due primarily to the fact that most of these seem to be Chinese companies and the labor laws there work in their favor as compared to the West." Honestly, you would think that would be the answer, but I just don't know. I just don't know enough about it to definitively say one way or the other. What do you think,
Like
Jez?
why? Like why are they able to get
Yeah, why are
so
they
much
able to put
content
out
out?
so much content so quickly when other studios can't? Is it because it's China and that's just labor laws are different there? Can push their people to the
I
limit.
mean, it's I don't know. I mean, part of it's got to be like affordability. I think like because the gaming industry is quite a mature business in the West. So like the devs tend to ask for higher wages, I think, which puts a strain on how many devs they can hire. I'm just guessing here. Um, because there are games in the West which do get content on a ridiculous cadence. World of Warcraft being one of them. I barely finished what they added in the expansion, and there's already a new bunch of new features coming out in a couple of weeks. And like World of Warcraft, just an example, just because I'm playing it right now, has a very good patch cadence. And like yeah, and there has been like quality issues here and there, but I think Genshin and other some of these other games deal with that too to some degree, where like the patch cadence does impede quality or scope when they're trying to get things out. I think part of it is like having the right model, and I think like some of these stylized anime kind of games, I think they do lend themselves well to more rapid development. I think the big mistake Destiny made, and I've said this before on the show, I think the fact that Destiny has this sort of photorealistic art style kind of precludes them from having a rapid patch cadence because you have to like develop more complex assets and things like that. Whereas like a World of Warcraft, for example, has stylized visuals and low polygon counts compared to some games out there. Means they can iterate and more rapidly add content to the game. You know, potentially. So I think it's a combination of them having good engines and a good pipeline developed entirely for that kind of game. Whereas like a lot of the games in the West, which tend to come out from studios that aren't set up for this kind of thing. Like we've seen this time and time again where a developer that was maybe designed had a history of making single player games and then a publisher's been like, "Oh, actually we want you to make a service game now." And they're not actually set up for making a service game. I think we've seen that happen time and time again. I think it's also like the fact that um and not necessarily labor laws coming into play, but the fact that more of the money can be spent on adding developers rather than, paying wages. So, like, more developers being paid less, which, isn't great, obviously, but that's just I suppose the point that some of these, some of these regions, industries are presently in, and over time, they will demand higher wages too, and demographics will shift. I think we've already seen, like, in China, for example, I think that they've already started talking about how, like, in China, there's been, demographic shifts, in and, like, a maturing economy and lower birth rates as people get richer and focus on their careers and that kind of stuff. I remember when I was a kid and it was like China had like the whole one child policy. You guys remember that? Because they were having too many kids and stuff like that. And now they got the opposite problem, which is like more of an issue that we often have in like the West, where it's like birth rates aren't high enough, so let's do immigration, blah blah blah, that kind of thing. I don't know. There's going to be multiple factors there, but um uh yeah, I suppose it'd be interesting to see how that shifts over time. But there was like one thing we didn't mention on the main show is that there are strong rumors that Wuthering Waves is coming to Xbox. I think they found Xbox references in the files for the recent beta. So, if you are someone who's been holding out for that game on Xbox, maybe it's on the way.
Let's see here. We have also Jez. Are people prepared for the further impact on the price of computer components as a result of the war with Iran? As oil is a critical component for multiple aspects of computer chip manufacturing and transport, if this continues and exacerbates the existing AI cost issue, is there a chance this could impact next gen consoles? Hope you guys have Have a great weekend.
Oh yeah, definitely. I mean, it's not just like transport costs; it's also like liquid natural gas because Iran is quite, cleverly, I suppose, attacking liquid natural gas infrastructure in Qatar, and as a result of the war in Ukraine, Europe and America haven't been buying Russian gas, which means that gas prices went up, and Qatar has been supplying liquid natural gas to Europe, especially, and now Iran's attacked the Qatari infrastructure for liquid natural gas, which will also push up energy prices, which will in turn push up, development costs of games and products and consumer prices and all this kind of stuff. It's a lot of fun, it's a lot of fun, but at least we're not actually being attacked. It's like a first world problem there, right? Um, but it just goes to show how dumb some of the foreign policies that have been flying around there. Not a lot of forethought with regards to consequences on some of that shit. But anyways, it's is going to be a factor, and I think Qatar said that their liquid natural gas capacity is going to be reduced by a significant amount for at least several years. So that's going to have serious impact. Um, I remember reading about like during the Iranian civil war in the 70s, or the Iranian Revolution, sorry. That also had a massive impact on oil prices back in the day. And there was a huge amount of upheaval in the 70s as a result of that. And now this is before the internet. This is before like a whole economy based on silicon, and even then it was like pretty bad. So yeah, it's going to be a clusterfuck, and we're only just seeing the start of it.
William wants to know: I would like to know if you think the Xbox is still going to release in late 2027. Just asking.
Yeah,
I think so. And if you don't take mine and Jez's words for it, Strauss Zelnick, the CEO of Take-Two, said he expects both the PS6 and the Helix to launch late 2027. No delays. That's what he said. So, yeah. Shay Elephant says, Happy Friday, Rand and Jez. Recently I saw Netflix adding Overcook to their game catalog, and they put it in their own IP, like Stranger Things, the Netflix version of the game. That gets me thinking. Xbox could have put in Master Chief, Ori, Minecraft, Steam, Doom Guy, etc. to a game like Overcooked for fun. stay relevant, but at the same time would not affect the IP storyline. Why don't Xbox do something like that?
Well, I've asked this question myself a lot of times, and a lot of it is like legacy structure and corporate inertia. So, like, the historically speaking, the Halo franchise, there's a lot of there's a ton of rules with regards to working with that IP, which kind of feels silly at this point because the IP is basically dead, frankly. But like, I've heard this specifically about Minecraft. Like, there's so many rules that companies have to follow if they want to use the Minecraft IP. And I think that makes it hard for companies to work with Microsoft with some of their IPs, um, and vice versa. Obviously, companies want to be protective of their IP and make sure that they're being used in a way that they think is representative and stuff like that. But from what I've heard, Microsoft is particularly rigid about the way some of this shit happens. But I would hope that like them looking at Blizzard and the way Blizzard's been doing things, maybe frees them up a little bit for it. Blizzard had a big collaboration with Nier Automata, for example, recently, which, was also a little bit controversial. Some people weren't happy with the quality of the skins, blah 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 blah. But it's step in the right direction, right? One thing I did notice as well recently, mentioning Blizzard, um, the Blizzard app for Battle.net is so much faster than the Xbox app, and it actually got even faster today. Like, you just like buying something from the Blizzard app, it's so much faster than the Xbox app. Like, every aspect of it is better. And it kind of makes you wonder, like, what could Microsoft be doing here to look at some of the other businesses they've got and sort of figure out um, how they can look at them and then leverage the things they do well to other parts of the business. And collaborations is obviously going to be one of them. So I don't know. It's probably something they'll be thinking about more and more and more as collaborations seem to be dominating the industry now, or not. I got an ad for some Overwatch collaboration on the dashboard earlier. People love collaborations. I I don't like them that much. I don't really like collaboration, but I know I'm very much in the minority there. They added Doom stuff to Diablo as well,
Yeah, I saw that.
which not exactly lore friendly. Oh well.
My second question is, what do you think is the reason Quick Resume has not been marketed at all for the series consoles? If it was down to me at the start of the generation, I would have asked some celebrities to do some commercials to how quick they can switch their games or how well Quick Resume works, even after unplugging the consoles. Thank you, gents.
I
I'm,
think it's just a case of them not doing a good job, honestly. I hate to say this, but they've marketed the console absolutely terribly. Whether it's because it's not a priority for them or just, incompetence, frankly. They've done a terrible job marketing the Xbox Series S and X, and it's been very, very strongly reflected in the sales. Like, nobody knows Quick Resume exists, nobody knows Xbox Play Anywhere exists, nobody knows Cloud exists, and nobody knows any of this shit exists, and it's because the marketing's been awful. Marketing's budget's been awful. Microsoft hasn't done a good job of it. They haven't involved celebrities. They should have been involving celebrities, all that kind of stuff. I would hope that, like, with Ash's experience in scaling big platforms, maybe some of that changes. But Microsoft in general is shit at marketing. Whether it's Surface, whether it's Xbox, whether it's Windows, Microsoft has always been terrible, really terrible at marketing. Don't know why. But you only need to look at companies like Apple and Samsung as examples of companies that market really well. Whenever Samsung launches a new phone, Europe is blanketed with ads. Like, I've seen ads for the new Samsung phone literally everywhere. You can't escape it. Why do we never see that kind of shit for Microsoft products? I have no idea. But
mm. I would also say I
Microsoft
don't
thinks
really think Quick Resume is a thing people care about that much to market. I don't think it's like, oh, it's a marketing. You can get into games. I don't know. I don't really think that's like a trailer you run for like a new tech that's coming to your system, and not something like you make a whole sort of marketing campaign around. That's like a one-time
But
thing
I
you
think he
throw
was
in
just
like
using
a.
that as he was just using that as an example. I think like there's loads of things that the Xbox does that PlayStation doesn't do that they could leverage in marketing, and they just don't. They never talk about the benefits of Xbox Play Anywhere. The fact that you get multiple versions of the game with one sale.
I mean, they do.
They
What do you
never
mean?
talk.
They do all the time. Every single fucking show has Xbox Play Anywhere,
I
literally
Yeah, but
before or
that's
after
preaching to
every
the
single
choir.
game.
The normies don't know. The normies don't
Oh,
know.
sure, but I mean to say that they
I'm
don't
talking about
mention it, they
normies.
mention it constantly.
Yeah, but it's to everyone who already knows about it. Like normies don't know about it. That's what marketing is. Like for example, I know I haven't really researched it myself, but I know the new Samsung phone has a privacy screen feature because I saw it in the fucking marketing.
Mm.
And the privacy screen feature, where you angle the phone slightly and then people seeing it can't see your screen. That's pretty cool. And I know it exists because of the marketing. That's the point of marketing. Why doesn't Microsoft do any marketing? I don't know, but they don't, and they should, in my opinion. That controversial opinion. That controversial opinion that company that makes products should do some fucking marketing. I don't know. Maybe it is, but they don't do enough marketing. That's my view on that.
I mean, you're not wrong there. John says, "Hi, Rand and Jez. Hope you're both keeping well. One, will Xbox Helix kill off support for Xbox Series? Developers might find it easier to focus on Helix PC-centric architecture and drop the series entirely to avoid the extra development costs when Helix releases."
The answer to that is no, because Xbox Series S and X is still going to have millions of players. Like you're not going to see like if the entire user base shifted platform, then maybe, but that's not going to be the case. I think I've heard like internal kind of projections that they expect the Xbox Series S and X to be relevant for at least another 5 years after launch of Helix. So, and I think it's because of things like the costs, the stock levels, people being stuck on old platforms. But we've seen that with the Xbox One. Like it's only been the last couple of years we've seen big AAA games putting off the old gen. And then you've still got shit like Fortnite, which is still supported on the old gen. Kind of weird, right?
Mm.
But yeah, it's the sitch with that one.
Two, do you
I
think
don't think that.
Xbox Helix
I don't think
editions of
that.
games would run better than their Steam counterparts on the same hardware? Even if Helix can run on their stores, I assume the native Xbox version will be more finely tuned for the console-specific specs. What are your thoughts?
I think that's possible. I mean, one of the issues with PC is that there's just millions and millions of configurations. And if you are developing for Helix, you know exactly what configuration you're getting. Not only that, but you've got a dev kit which is designed exactly for Helix and um that spec, right? So it could be that Helix versions of games do handle more in a more optimized way. And I wouldn't be surprised if there's some kind of special hardware magic that gets the games closer to the metal than they would on a traditional full bore Windows PC. Like a game mode kind of thing. So yeah, I wouldn't be surprised if we do see Helix games running better than on a traditional Windows PC with traditional Windows overheads, but really does remain to be seen. It's purely speculative at the moment.
Let's see here. We got Geth Synth who says, "I hope you've both been well. I'm super excited for Starfield 2.0. As much as I've been since the initial release, and I quite enjoyed Shattered Space for what it was. To get ready for the update, I'm running my character through a Unity a few times to start on a fresh universe. Shout out to Bethesda team for making all these changes for premium owners. I hope you see Jez and Rand out in Starfield. Thanks, guys. I mean, I'll definitely probably play it when the expansion comes out for sure."
Yeah, I'll me too. I aspire to play it. It really depends what else is going on at the time.
Goggles Lens says, "Hey guys, with question one, with Kiln being announced for April 23rd, I'm excited for it. But one thing came up in the Xbox Wire article that has me concerned. I quote, there is no voice chat, but project lead Derek Brand told me that this will be true at release as well, as Double Fine understandably wants to keep things friendly. I think this is a mistake to make. I thought we learned with Marathon that social interaction between players trumps people saying mean words to each other when you can just hit mute. Jez has been mentioning that Xbox and Sony have been neglecting the social aspect of the ecosystem before. They even have a social room in Kiln to show off their pots to each other. So I think everything is in place to make this a good experience. But not being able to voice to your teammates and maybe enemies, or use social room to talk to others is a missed opportunity, which also leads people to using communication like Discord or Xbox Party Chat being at an advantage as well. The only thing I can see being an actual reasonable take is that it's primarily focused for kids and young people, so you don't want that toxic voice chat, but I don't think it's worth it, especially when you can just have it off by default. The main thing is with the release date being April 23rd, I don't know if they can or want to add a system for voice to each player. What do you guys think? Is there a disconnection between devs, journalists, and the people who play the game? Or am I just thinking about this too much and they can add it later with feedback for it?
Well, I think one of the reasons they're not adding in-game voice chat is probably because A, people do just use Discord, and B, it's probably like a low-budget game, and adding like in-game voice chat's probably extra overhead, and
And
they're
also,
probably
I
just
don't think
like,
it fits that game. Like let's be
yeah,
honest.
I don't.
It's
It's not going to be a hyper-competitive game where like people, need to strategize and stuff like that. I also don't think they expect it to have a long lifespan. You
yeah.
know.
But I mean, when you like marathon, I hardly hear anybody talking like in game. Like Arc, you hear it all the time. Marathon, hardly ever. Um, and I don't really think. I mean, I 100% think it's probably for like they reduce the toxicity of what the chat would be. I don't think they probably want that in their game, honestly. And I don't really think it's like it just doesn't fit the type of game it is to have that. It's not to say that they shouldn't or whatever, but it just was like, yeah, like Jess said, probably overhead or whatever, and they just decided it's not worth doing.
Yeah, like that. It adds like they've got to do moderation and get all that, get the social teams involved. There's probably legal compliance involved too if you've got like voice chat in your game, especially now. Like you're seeing countries legislate on whether or not kids can have access to certain things and that kind of thing. Probably just adds a load of extra headaches for what is ultimately going to be a little game. Obviously, Microsoft does have games that do have proximity chat. Sea of Thieves being one of them, and the Sea of Thieves proximity chat can be absolutely incredibly toxic. I'm sure that adds like a lot of stress and overheads to that game, which they probably feel like they could do without. But it's the price of having a game that can have those social moments that can go viral. Um, like I don't think all games need it. Like Elden Ring doesn't have it, right? And like Elden Ring has a lot of potential for toxicity with the fire invasions and things like that. But like in Elden Ring, there's also a lot of fun in-game ways you can interact, like with the notes, with the emotes, and the some of the toys that you can do, like um, and fashion souls you can do, and memes you can make. Like it actually, I think sometimes like with the right tools, having voice chat turned off can actually make the game more memeable. And I think Elden Ring is a pretty great example of that, of a game that doesn't have proximity chat. At least I'm pretty sure it doesn't. At least I hope I'm not just making things up now. But I've never experienced proximity chat in Elden Ring, but I've obviously been invaded a shitload, and I've done plenty of invasions myself. No, I never sat there thinking like, oh, this needs proximity chat to be fun, you know. So I suppose we'll see how it shakes out.
yeah. Question two: with Helix being able to play your PC games and your back compat games, means there will be multiple games that are the same game. For example, when you click on Psychonauts, there are the Xbox PC version and the original Xbox version. Now you could have to click on it and then pick between the two, or just use the PC version first because it's the best version, then go into the settings to be able to pick the original Xbox version. What do you guys think they're going to do?
I think it'll use smart delivery to some degree. So like smart delivery today chooses whether you get the Xbox One version or the Xbox Series S version or the Xbox Series X version, so on and so forth. So it'll probably be that kind of scenario where it's like the system will select the version that's going to give you the best experience automatically. you probably won't even see the other version. Similarly to how, like, you don't, generally speaking, you don't see the other versions of some of the games. I know some devs do let you buy the different versions, and some of them even charge more. And that was a whole thing with Call of Duty originally, right? You have to pay a little bit extra to get the Series X version, sorry. I'm sure that's not the case anymore, but some devs weren't using smart delivery. They were trying to sell 2 different versions of the game, and you know, but I'm sure that it's just going to be a thing that goes away over time.
Right. BHO review says, Rand, thanks for all the book recommendations. My son's favorite book is still Project Hail Mary. He is counting the days till we take him to theater on Sunday. Last movie we watched in theater was the Mario movie. Will Project Hail Mary bring you back out to the theater too? Probably not. You guys are great and the absolute best Xbox podcast out there. Well, thank you.
Thanks so much.
It's awesome to hear. And it's awesome that your son's favorite book is Project Hail Mary. It's a damn awesome book. Diego says, hey, sup guys, love the show. While I'm excited for the next Xbox hardware, one thing that does suck is that we'll probably never see a budget-friendly console again like Series S. Helix sounds like it's going to be an expensive beast, and I'm buying day one, but it sounds like they're not making an S version of the Helix. I know some people are saying that OEMs like Asus will make the budget-friendly option, but I doubt it. My reasoning for this is the Steam Machine pre-RAM crisis. In an interview with Linus Tech Tips, Steam said it would not be priced like a console and would be priced like a pre-built PC, so some were guessing around $700. Post-RAM crisis, the Steam Machine was probably going to launch around $800, $900. And with OEMs using a similar chipset to Helix, which is much more powerful than the Steam Machine, I doubt we see Asus or Lenovo launch anything under $900 in my opinion. What do you guys think? Well, I don't know. I mean, Jez, I thought your whole thing was you thought like some of the OEMs would make the Series S version.
Well, one of the things I'm trying to investigate now is like what Microsoft's thought process is with regards to the upgrade path for people who are on the Xbox Series X. Like, do they expect OEMs to pick up the tab for the lower end version? Does Microsoft themselves plan to make a lower end version? You know, it's certainly possible. You know, it could be that it could certainly be possible that we have, you know, we end up with some information at some point which suggests that there is going to be a lower end SKU for Helix. Because remember, Helix is the project name for the whole thing all up. It's not the hardware. It's not the it's not the code name for the hardware. It's the code name for the whole project. So when you think about that, it's like, well, what's the code name for the hardware? And is there multiple code names for hardware? And is one of the code names for the hardware the lower end model? It's something I'm investigating right now. For me, I would hope that they have an upgrade path in mind for the Xbox Series S user, because there are millions of them. But at the same time, it's like, you know, Microsoft's thought process might just be like, well, the Series S upgrade path might be Series X. You know, I'm sure they're going to keep manufacturing those devices for at least a little while. But you know, it's hard to say what the plan is right now. It's investigations ongoing.
Bilal says, hey guys, Jez, I hope you had a great trip. Missed you both last week. I've been thinking lately about Xbox strategy going forward. Why get rid of Phil and Sarah before the end of the year if they want to keep things the same? I have a feeling some big changes are coming. I know these are just words, but when Asa says bring Xbox back and the Renegade Spirit back, that says to me they want to fight back, just like you said, Jez. Renegade Spirit only reminds me of the 360 gen when they went after Sony and they had many third-party exclusives such as Mass Effect, Bioshock, etc. I mean, the 360 dominated the market here in India. Can you believe that? Seriously, everyone bought it over the PS3, even with the Red Ring of Death problems going on. We all believe that no one will switch platforms because of our digital libraries, but at the same time, we all know the market is dominated by casuals who just buy the new FIFA every year. Why will they care about digital libraries? I think it's just us hardcore gamers on both sides who really care about our libraries, and surely back-to-back exclusive bangers with consistency can surely convince the hardcore to experience a different platform. Features alone can't win people over. It has to be exclusive content and the right marketing. If they're really serious about fighting back, I don't see any other way, honestly. Maybe I'm reading too much into it and Santi will kill Xbox in 3 years. What do you guys think? Jez, with your sources, what feeling do you get? Insider Rand, we all know you're a true insider. What feeling do you get? Sorry for a long question. Take care, guys. I don't like. I get what you're saying, and I tend to agree with it because we sort of, when Microsoft decided to go multi-platform in the first place, we're just like, do what you want to do, but this isn't going to work, and it's proven not to work. So much so that the successor to the whole plan is no longer there, and they're going somewhere else. Do I think we'll suddenly see a shift where Elder Scrolls is not multi-platform and is exclusive, and like Blade's exclusive, and like any game that is sort of not already announced for PlayStation is reverted to being exclusive to kind of fight back with the renegade spirit, as you mentioned? I'm pessimistic that that'll happen, partially because unless things change, there's still the profit margin that they have to hit. There's also the increased budget these games have given because of the PlayStation 5 version. Like Fable got more budget because it's coming to PlayStation 5. And then if you suddenly remove those budgets, or like you release those games that had an increased budgets because it was multi-platform and now it's not, that puts a lot of pressure on those games to perform like they should have been. You know what I mean?
Mhm.
I mean, people. I mean, sure. Would it be an interesting day on the internet if Microsoft came out and said, "Hey, moving forward, we're doubling down on our platform and we're gonna go back to having exclusives," and essentially the experiment failed. Yeah, absolutely. It would spark a lot of people would be happy. A lot of people would be pissed. It would definitely spark debate about the previous decision they made and how much it hurt Xbox. And okay, this is what we have to do to bring it back. And then is this decision also going to hurt Xbox, or is it going to help? Like, there's a lot of stuff. I don't know. I have trouble seeing like a blank slate of, hey, everything is basically going back to the way it was. Could I see maybe like I don't know, like an individual game being like, we're gonna actually keep this exclusive, potentially, sure, but like as an overall kind of thing, I don't know. I'm not feeling it just yet. I don't know. I guess maybe I just need to see more of whatever their plans are. Do I think it's on the table? I think it's something they probably talk about for sure, if they haven't already talked about it, and to see like what sort of impact it would have. But I'm skeptical I'm very skeptical that it would actually come to fruition. What do you think, Jez?
Well, a lot of my sources that I talk to say like they aren't sure what they're gonna do either. So it does seem like right now Asha Sharma's still in the deciding phase of it. Will she, won't she kind of thing. Um I'm kind of in your camp where it's just like I don't think they will. I think they're too all in on this now, and they've probably decided like they've probably modeled a lot of their near and future metrics on the basis of having access to PlayStation's install base. But I mean, there is that sort of thing where I just genuinely think it's really hurt the platform, and maybe they eventually come to the conclusion that yeah, it's hurt the platform and we need to revert it. Um, it really depends. It really does fall on what Ash's instincts are. I think above all else, she might just decide like, even though the data says we shouldn't, pull back on this, I'm going to do it anyway. Because my instincts say we should. that could literally be the way it goes. But I don't know. We'll just have to wait and see, man. I think we're all in the dark. I think a lot of Microsoft people are in the dark too, and they're waiting to find out themselves.
Yeah. Good old Conway says, hello, Rand and Jez. Rand, did you know that there was going to be a Wheel of Time game? I had heard about it, yeah. The studio would have been iWalk Games, would have, as the studio shut down not so long ago. From what I can gather, there seems to be an active fandom on Wheel of Time, which goes beyond the books and TV series and expands into games, conversations, etc. My question is, have you ever gotten involved with the Wheel of Time fandom? I have not. Never have. No, I have not. I mean, I remember reading forums and stuff, but I never actually... I'm more of what you would call a lurker. I tend to lurk around places. Like, I remember reading a lot of the forums and theories and stuff, but I never actually made an account to talk to people about it. So, no, I've never been involved in it. Jez, you have interviewed Joe Hendry from WWE. Can I suggest another sporting figure connected to Xbox that you could interview? World #1 darts player Luke the Nuke Littler. Ever since Xbox sponsored him, the green Xbox symbol is emblazoned on his chest, and since there are a lot of close-ups, you can't help but see it. Any chance you might be able to snag an interview with him?
That's a really great question. I don't know. Maybe like through Xbox, I could try and angle for that. You know, it's kind of funny. Like one of the things I did do when I was in Japan was we played darts, and I won. And then I'm sitting there thinking like, oh shit, maybe I could be like a champion darts player. Maybe that's in my future. But nah, that's a good shout. Maybe I'll look into that. That's interesting.
It was very interesting. Sharky says, hey guys, you mentioned being energized about Xbox, and I felt the same. They have the chance for an all-time year with Halo, Gears, Forza, and Fable. Do you think all 4 will come out this year and be a hit? Yeah, I think all 4 will release this year. Will they all be a hit? I mean, Forza definitely will, for sure. Forza probably will be the biggest of them all, which is crazy.
Yeah,
if you went back 10 years ago and said in 10 years Forza will be the biggest, Forza will be bigger than Halo and Gears, people would have called you nuts. But Forza will be the biggest.
Agreed.
I don't know how well Halo Remake's going to do, to be honest with you. I don't know how much demand there is for Halo 1 Remake. It's on PlayStation, I understand that. So it's like, will it do better or worse than Fable, for instance? Like, Fable's like, I don't know if it's being set up to be the next big massive like RPG, you know, where you see Crimson Desert just sold 2 million copies. Could Fable have that same thing when they actually start showing it more? Where like Fable sells 3 million copies in a day or 2 days? You know, does it do better than Halo? Like, it really does seem like kind of open world RPGs are, you know, yeah. So I don't know. You would think Halo, just based off the prestige of the IP, but I'm not sure. And I guess the wild card is Gears. It's like, okay, this is we don't know really anything about it. We've seen just that one trailer. They've been kind of very mysterious with the game. I'm expecting a blowout at the June showcase. Obviously, a lot of it has to do with like release dates and stuff and other games alongside it. Reloaded didn't seem to do very well, but that might be just because, well, it's Gears 1 and everybody played Gears 1, and it's not really a particularly great, like, it's not like a remake, like a Resident Evil game or whatever, or a Dead Space. But that does that indicate a decline in Gears popularity, or like its marketability, and how much like when you go back and you watch people's reactions to that trailer, people were so in, like, oh god, like, we're back, it's Marcus and Dom, I'm so excited. Did they lose some of that because of some of the decisions like Xbox has made in the past, where, like, you know, whether it's the price increases or all that sort of stuff, where people are just like, screw that? Or does like Gears blow us away? Like the first time you saw Gears back in 2005 blew you away. We're like, holy shit. And that's all it really needs. Is it partially because we haven't seen it at all? where you're kind of like, I don't know what to expect from this, other than like a really great looking video game because it's UE5 and it's the Coalition.
Mm.
But yeah, there's a part of me that thinks like Gears might do the worst out of the four. But then a part of me that thinks like, is there a chance like Gears does better than Halo because it is a brand new thing, and there might be more. Because it's newer, people might be more interested in playing it versus like something like Halo. But I do think all will be hits. I think they'll all be like different levels of hits. But I'm so curious to see what Gears is and how that's going to be presented and how, people on PlayStation will take to it. Just like with Halo. Very curious. I mean, I guess at least Halo has the new levels. So for people that aren't interested, like I wasn't, I wasn't interested in the Halo remake or the Gears remastered. But Halo remake has 3 new levels. Now you caught my attention. Now I'm quite interested. Where like Gears remaster, I'm like, I don't give a shit. You know what I mean?
Mm-hmm.
So I sort of wonder how that all is going to play out. What do you think? If you had to rank them as most successful to least successful, what would you rank them? Obviously, Forza 1. Would you go?
I think Halo's going to be least successful.
So you got Forza number 1 and Halo number 4.
Yes.
And then so it's basically what you have Forza, Fable, Gears, Halo is.
I think Fable does better than Gears.
Okay.
So I'm going Forza, Fable,
I wouldn't be
Gears,
surprised. Yeah, I could see that. I could see that happening. Yeah. Secondly, Phil spoke about the console competing on features. Nvidia's are so dominant on PC because of features rather than content. Is that plausible for Xbox or wistful thinking? I think it's a little bit of wishful thinking, personally. I don't know about what you Jez. I sort of feel like that's wishful thinking. But
yeah,
I don't know. Nitram says, "Hey Rand and Jez, I love PC gaming and I'm excited about Project Helix Magnus. In a typical PC build, the video RAM, VRAM, and system RAM are separate, which often requires data to be copied from one to the other. VRAM is typical GDR7, while system RAM is DDR5, which is much slower. With Helix, there will be a shared unified GDR7 memory pool, according to leaks, 32 or 42 gigabytes, which I think could be a significant advantage over traditional PC builds. As long as it remains an open PC system, can't be used for more than just gaming, I'm willing to pay quite a bit for such a machine. What do you think about this aspect of Helix and Magnus?" Oh, you're asking the wrong person. I don't know shit about it.
Yeah, I hate to say it, like the whole unified memory thing, like it's a bit over my head. I mean, anything that can do to eliminate some of the traditional PC overheads, I suppose, is going to be a good thing for having a system that's punches above its weight in terms of like in a console kind of way, and also keeping the cost down, that kind of thing. Like I said, like getting it close to the metal and that kind of thing. Yeah, I ain't techie enough to really. I ain't techie enough really to comment on the way all that shit will work and how it will work out in practice. I've got a pretty basic understanding of hardware. But I do, for me, it's all about price. Like, how much is this thing going to cost? Is it going to be like, I don't know. Because when Sarah Bond talks about things like, she talks about premium when she announced it. That made a lot of people nervous about exactly how much it's going to cost. And like, I'm pretty nervous about it as well. I don't like the idea of having a system that most people can't buy. It kind of sucks. So I hope that however the system shakes out, it comes in a price that's reasonable for what it is. And hopefully can still achieve sort of some kind of mass market penetration. Because I think if this thing's $1,000, they ain't gonna sell millions of it. They're gonna sell hundreds of thousands. I don't see a universe where people line up to pay $1,000 for a console. I don't see that universe existing. But maybe they've got data I don't have access to. I don't know.
All right. Sick and Tired says, "Hey guys, with everything Microsoft is doing by putting their games on PlayStation and introducing third-party app stores and Helix, do you think they actually know It's going to hurt their console sales and sales from the storefront. What do you think their business model is for next gen? Do you think they expect it to continue to reduce in sales in the next generation, or do they think they can grow the console base again even by doing what they are? I'm confused about what they actually expect from next generation. What are they thinking, and what do you think? I mean, if they thinking they're going to sell more than what they currently have with the Series X and S, I think they're smoking the good shit and pass it my way, because it's only clearly going to go down. But is that a problem for them if it's expected? And I don't know. I mean, I think it sells significantly less than Series X and S.
Yeah, I think so too.
I mean, it all depends on the price, really. I mean, if you're over $1,000, I mean, that's whatever. But I don't know. I don't know what they expect. I don't know what those other storefront stuff is. If I'm just not sure. We need to learn more about it, just like everybody else. I have no idea. I don't know. Is selling 10 million of those things considered a success? If they sell this thing for $1,200, maybe. If they sell for a profit for each one, how does the rest of the platform? Does it suffer? Does it grow? I don't know. We'll be finding out alongside you guys when all this happens. But anyways, Jez, I can see you're probably just about falling asleep. So
yeah, it's pretty late here, and I'm still kind of jet lagged.
So yeah, we've come to this show.
I'm investigating all this shit, all the questions you guys are asking. I'm investigating this over the next 2 weeks. Top of mind for me is honestly, like, in the short term, what are the cool things are they planning for the Xbox console, Series S and X? But really, like, I really want to lock down what their thought process is with regards to price of the next gen. Like, how many do they expect to sell of this thing? Is it going to be a mass market kind of device? Or is it going to be kind of like a niche reference kind of device, like a Surface is? And they let OEMs really do the heavy lifting for Windows gaming future, Those are the kind of things I'm interested in. But if you got anything else you want me to investigate for next week's show or for an article on Windows Central, hit me up on Patreon, hit me up on Discord, hit me up on Twitter, and we'll look into it.
All right. Anyways, thank you guys for hanging out with us on this beautiful March 20th. This has been episode 402 of the Xbox 2 podcast, XB2. We'll be back next week with a lot more stuff. Who knows what's going to happen? Will I stop playing Marathon? To be determined. But until then, have a great weekend, guys. We love you all, and keep it gaming. Later.
Keep it gaming, y'all.